Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to Louis Gisto Field. Pleased to bring you some Crawdads baseball here on the Walnut Creek Crawdads streaming network. I can pitch to Pamelia. He takes this to the opposite field, and will it stay fair? It does. Curran will come around third to score. Back-to-back doubles for the Crawdads. First pitch to Hans is hit hard over to Werner. He's up with it, throws to first in time, and a great pick by Dabbs. 1-2 pitch, here it is. Fastball swung on and missed, and Brooks walks the tightrope, leaves two runners stranded, and it's still a 3-0 lead for the Crawdads. Pitch here is taken to left by Muniz, and that is gone. A 3-run homer for Diego Muniz, and was there any doubt about that ball? 0-2 pitch to Diego. Here it is, and Muniz hits this high into left field, and that is going to leave the park as well. The second home run for Diego Muniz. And a swing and a miss on a high fastball away. Montgomery goes down fishing, and that is strikeout number 8 for Garza. 1-2 pitch here from Garza. Swing and a miss. Garza has everything working this afternoon. Another strikeout. Hayden Schott is going to look to put the ball in play here. Payoff pitch is lined straight up the middle, and here comes Curran Ozawa Burns. He rounds third. Selno waves him home. Ozawa Burns crosses home plate. Wow. Pitch. Dardar hits this high and deep to center field. Going back on it is David, and that has left the park. Bye-bye baseball. Dardar has a one-out solo homer here in the top of the second. Iverson likes the sign he's getting now from battery mate Mark Gallard. Swing and a miss, and no wonder he liked it so much. He knew it was going to be a strikeout pitch. Fastball swung on and missed. The second strikeout of the night for Ulla Iverson. Werner cracks one deep to center, and that ball is gone. And Trevor Werner unloaded on the baseball. This is hit hard by Brandel into left field. Going back is Most, and Most watches it leave the park. Bye-bye baseball. The Crawdads are on the board. A 2-run homer by Jake Brandel.
Pitcher for Sonoma, number 13.
I got video of him at Stanford.
Welcome everybody into Sonoma, California, here at Arnold Field. First game of our league season on the road that is broadcast this year, 2022 this summer. Crawdads 2-0 after winning Sunday, and then another victory on Wednesday. Yesterday, a blowout victory over the Solano Mudcats, 19-3. A couple of home runs hit by Schmidt, and we will see if the Crawdads can keep the hot start going. They've beaten the West Coast Kings, 3-0 actually, I apologize, but they've beaten the West Coast Kings, the Bay Area Force, and now tonight their second league game against the Sonoma Stompers, who are a new team to the CCL this summer. They've been around for quite a while, but finally with the CCL, the starting lineups for the visiting Crawdads, it'll be Schmidt in center field. He'll be leading off. Then Duroff at first base, batting second. Ellis, the third baseman, batting third. Krieg, the designated hitter, he's in the cleanup spot. Brome in left field, batting fifth. Donnelly is catching today. King at shortstop is batting 6th. Donnelly at 7th, the catcher. Ben Shoshin, the right fielder, he's batting 8th. And then Puts, the second baseman, rounding out the lineup. Pitching today is Fleming, fastball, slider, and changeup for the Crawdads. The man who's going to get started on the mound today is the right-hander Smith for the Stompers. And he is making his first start here in CCL action. Their lineup, Castillo in center, Handren at second, Kopp at first. He's batting 3rd. Weiss, the designated hitter, batting 4th. For Sonoma, McEnroe in left field batting 5th, Gallagher the catcher batting 6th, Duffalo the right fielder batting 7th, Bell the shortstop batting 8th, and the number 9 man Rabin the third baseman. So game was scheduled to start at 6:05, a little late here, 6:08. But Schmidt will get into the batter's box, and we'll see what the first pitch is from the young righty Smith. Smith on the mound. Gallagher, the second part of the battery, and the home plate umpire says, game on. Smith winds and deals. First pitch is a fastball spiked in the dirt. And Schmidt will get ahead 1-0. Crawdads last year finished 500. A lot of Crawdad players playing very well right now in the regionals and the NCAA tournament coming up. The 1-0 is popped up high, right over the mound, and Schmidt will take it himself for out number 1. We'll check that, Smith, as Schmidt pops out. And Smith squeezes it for the first out.
First baseman, Ryan.
Pop up. And here is Duroff, the first baseman. Righty against righty. After a quick first out, 2 minutes into the ball game, Smith delivers. Off speed on the inner half for strike number 1. The Crawdads finished 500, had a really good team last year. And as I mentioned, a lot of those players playing in the NCAA regionals right now. Second pitch is a strike, and Smith quickly ahead 0-2. Smith gets the signal from Gallagher, and he fires. Fouled back into the netting. So Duroff will stay alive. However, he's down 0-2 with 1 out already on the board. On deck is Ellis. As Gallagher puts the fingers down and Smith shakes him off. Let's see what Smith has. Here it is. It's a pitch that misses way high. And there's a ball and 2 strikes now on the scoreboard. Field here, Arnold Field, is 435 to center, 311 to right field. And the left field line, no stampage, but very short. The 1-2 pitch, this misses, bounces up to the catcher Gallagher. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Size crowd here tonight in Sonoma. And the 2-2. This is a breaking ball that misses low. Good eye shown by Duroff. And the count run full. So a good job by Duroff battling back from 0-2. With a foul pitch off and work himself into a full count. Hopefully he sees a pitch that he wants to hit. Smith fires. It's a fastball that's fouled away down the right field line, and that is out of play. Will land past the Stomper bullpen. Hot today in Sonoma, about 90 degrees. Should cool off as the game moves along, get into the lower 80s, upper 70s. And the 3-2 once again. Here's Smith, and this is swung on, hit very high down the right field line, but it will fall foul after the right fielder, Duffalo, made a very good attempt to get over there. There is quite a bit of foul territory down both the left field and right field lines, but Duffalo just ran out of time there. He tried going into a slide, so another payoff pitch coming. And after a quick out number one, Smith is having a little bit of trouble putting Duroff away. Wind blowing in from left field a little bit. And the 3-2 once again. Check swung, and they're going to say he held up. So Duroff did not break the plane, and he will head over to first, but then an appeal down to first base and a very late strikeout call. So home plate umpire said he did not go, and the official at first brings Duroff up. So it looked like he did a very good job of holding the bat back. So here is Ellis, first lefty in the lineup for the Crawdads tonight. First pitch to Ellis. He takes a big old hack at it and misses. Good fastball. And Smith is able to pump by him. Count 0-1 with two away here in the top of the first. Really perfect day for baseball in Sonoma. The 0-1 misses everything and gets by Gallagher. Count even at 1-1 strike. Crawdads on a 3-game winning streak. Won the opener against the West Coast Kings, then 13-4 against the Bay Area Force. And this is hit on a line, but straight to the first baseman, Kopp, who tags the base. And that is out number 3. Very good contact made by Ellis, however, right to the first baseman of the Stompers. After the top of the first, it is still a scoreless game as the Crawdads cannot crack the scoreboard, can't even get into the hit column yet, but it is still early. Bottom of the first coming right up when we return here on the Crawdads streaming network. Welcome back to Sonoma, California. Bottom of the first, about to get underway. I'm along to say it's my pleasure to bring you this season of Crawdads Baseball. This is, of course, our first broadcast audio only today because not enough space in the booth for the visiting broadcast team. So we do have the camera. However, it's mostly obscured by a big old black net. And just made the decision to do an audio only. And from time to time, we will have audio-only broadcasts, but the goal is to bring as many in full-color video to you. All games will be broadcast on YouTube throughout the season, and that's how we'll go about things. As the man on the mound this evening is Ryan Fleming, junior out of Sac State, the righty, with a fastball and a slider combination. First pitch here from Fleming is a good pitch, a good fastball. Right around the knees to Castillo for strike one. A good aggressive pitch there from Fleming going right after the leadoff batter. Fleming 6-1, those long legs up and then delivers, but this misses low in the count 1-1. So back-to-back fastballs from Ryan Fleming to the leadoff hitter Castillo. Here's the 1-1 pitch. It's on the way and misses just a touch outside to lefty Castillo. The count 2-1. Fleming working very quickly, getting the sign from his catcher Donnelly. And here's a pitch that misses low. And after getting ahead 0-1, it is now 3-1. Fleming likes what Donnelly's giving him and trying to get back into this at bat. And this is hit hard out to left field, but a catch made on the run by Grohn for out number 1. Now these Crawdad outfielders, Grohn in left, Schmidt in center, and Ben Shoshin in right. I mean, they can really run down some balls. And one of the things this team has a lot of is speed. Very powerful team last year, but speed in the outfield is going to make a big difference, according to manager Brant Cummings. After Castillo lines out to left, it is the second baseman, Handren, back-to-back lefties, and the first pitch from Fleming to Handren is also hammered out to left. On the move is Grohn, and this is fair. Grohn digging it out in the left field corner. That'll be a stand-up double for Handren. First hit of the ball game belongs to the Sonoma Stompers here at their home field, Arnold Field. And they're getting out number 1, in which Grohn did a very good job of chasing down a hard hit ball in left field. This one evades his range. And already a runner in scoring position here in the bottom of the first with 1 out. Here is the first baseman, Kopp. Righty against righty, with Handren standing just off of second. Pitch here from Fleming is an off-speed pitch for strike number 1. Line out to left and a double to left. Now the third batter of the game for Sonoma is down 0-1. And Fleming sends the pitch over to Donnelly for strike number 2. 2 strikes, 1 out. But Fleming already going to have to do a little bit of damage control here with a runner in scoring position over at second in the form of Handren. Fleming takes a peek back to second, and now he will wind and deal. And that looked like the same exact pitch. There was the slider there, and not called a strike this time. Good plate discipline by Kopp, not going after it. The count 1-2. Fleming sends it and gets him swinging. Beautiful fastball there from Fleming, and that is out number 2. Full send there with the cheese for Ryan Fleming, and that is his first strikeout of the evening. And he's just 1 out away from getting out of the first. He's only giving up 1 hit and no runs. Which is very good for the Crawdads on the road, who are trying to extend this 3-game winning streak into a 4-game winning streak. Here is Weiss, the designated hitter, who takes the first pitch just below the knees, and it's called a strike. Generosity there out of the home plate umpire, but Fleming and the Crawdads will take it. Fleming takes a peek back at second and fires a fastball on the inside corner for strike number 2. Fleming very authoritative with his pitch selection as well as where he's locating. I mean, he is going right after these guys. And looking for a 3-pitch strikeout here. 0-2. He swung on and missed in the dirt. And Fleming records back-to-back Ks to get out of the inning. After 1, it is 0-0. Fleming already fanned 2, both via the swinging strikeout. And the double of Handren will not hurt the Crawdads as he is stranded over at second. And once again, after 1, it is 0-0. It'll be Krieg, Brome, and King up to bat, 4, 5, and 6 for Walnut Creek when we return. More Crawdads baseball right around the corner here on the Crawdads Streaming Network. Welcome back to Sonoma, California. Along to say, top of the second, about to get started here. Still nothing. Just one hit so far in the ball game after one inning of play. It was a double by Handren. It'll be Krieg, Brome, and King. The DH, Jacob Krieg from Antioch, California. Tall drink of water at 6'5", and right around 220. He'll see his first pitch of the evening. First pitch here to Krieg is an off-speed one that catches the zone for strike one. Krieg has a couple of RBIs already this season. This pitch in there for strike number 2, and the count 0-2. The Crawdad designated hitter, Jacob Krieg. Pitch here misses high. Now 1-2.
1-2.
Krieg, going to be a sophomore over at Oregon State University. As Smith gets him with a good fastball, and that is a strikeout of the DH Krieg. So here is Ryan Grohn, sophomore from Texas Tech out of Katy, Texas. Take his hacks from left-handed stance, lefty against righty. Smith already in a groove. Smith holding the glove high now, extends the arms and delivers. This is hit hard through the hole on the right side in the infield, and that is a one-out single for Ryan Brome. The second baseman, Handren, was not able to track it down in the hole and just hopped on the dirt one time and trickled into the outfield and to shallow right. The Crawdads have their first hit of the ball game. The runner on first. Here's Matt King. Righty against righty, and King takes for ball number 1. Another very good player who played last year from UTSA. That's where Matt King goes to school. Daniel Garza, one of Crawdad's best players last summer, so good to see another man from UTSA as a pickoff move here over to first. Nothing doing. Count 1 ball and no strikes with 1 out here in the top of the second. Crawdads looking to score first on the road against Sonoma. As Smith delivers, and this is in there for strike number one. Count evens up, 1 ball, 1 strike. Grohn not really taking much of a lead off of first. Grohn, who predominantly plays in the infield, usually on the right side, in left field today. And this pitch misses low, and the count 2-1, so way to get ahead. Matt King, the Crawdads shortstop today. The Crawdads playing in the dark gray tops, the off-white pants, red piping around the sleeves and the collar. Sonoma in all white. With a nice cursive Stompers across the chest. Smith readies the 2-1. Swung on and missed. Big healthy cut taken there by Matt King. However, he cannot catch up to the gas, and the count even now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Donnelly on deck. And the 2-2 is a curveball that is fought off at the plate by King. He's able to stay alive. He'll see another pitch at least. So far, both teams with 1 hit each. A double for the Stompers and a single just a few short moments ago for the Crawdads. Big swing and a miss at a pitch low in the zone. And that is the second strikeout of the inning for Smith. After the single to the right side by Grohn, King strikes out. And here is Donnelly. First pitch to the lefty, Donnelly, is in there for strike number 1. Both pitchers really doing a good job of getting ahead early in the count. Smith has his sign, nods twice, and sends it. It's a pitch in the dirt that gets away from the catcher, Gallagher. And that'll be a wild pitch as Grohn advances over to second. Really the first mistake made by either team. And it goes in the ledger as a wild pitch for Smith and Sonoma. The Crawdads have their first runner in scoring position with Grohn just off of second base now. 1-1 pitch. This is hit high and out of play. Just past the Crawdad dugout down the third base line. Defense for the Stompers. Gallagher, a catcher. Kopp, the first baseman. Infield rounded out by Handren at second. Bell at short. Rabin at third. In the outfield from left to right, McEnroe, Castillo, and Duffalo. Taking a few peeks back at second, and Smith delivers. This is hit hard into center field, but making a good run on it is Castillo for out number 3. So both teams have had a man over at second, neither able to produce any runs with the runner in scoring position, but pretty even so far. And going into the bottom of the second inning, it is still 0-0. And we'll see if Fleming can keep up with Smith. And really, this could turn into a pitcher's duel. I just wonder who's going to crack first. There's still 0-0. Bottom of the second coming up when we return. More Crawdads baseball here on the Crawdads Streaming Network. 0-0, bottom of the second. It's a few moments away as it'll be 5, 6, and 7 for Sonoma. McEnroe, Gallagher, and Duffalo. Tucker McEnroe, the right-handed left fielder, will lead things off here in the bottom of the second inning. Still 0-0. Both teams with one hit. Both have left a man stranded at second. Here is Fleming. First pitch is a great fastball. No gun in the stadium. But that is definitely getting into the lower to mid 90 range on some of these, I'm sure. The count 0-1. Second pitch here from Fleming is an off-speed one that misses the zone low, and the count even at 1-1. Fleming hasn't really gotten the defense involved much. Got a couple of strikeouts. So another good fastball. Get back ahead in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter here, Tucker McEnroe. With Gallagher on deck and Duffalo in the hole. The 1-2 pitch, looking for another strikeout. This is a fastball that misses around the shoestrings of the righty McEnroe. The count even at 2-2. Fleming misses with a good slider, but batter McEnroe does not go after it. Now it's a full count. Ryan looking to record his 3rd straight strikeout. Ended the bottom of the first with back-to-back punch-outs. And the payoff pitch is hit hard back up the middle. Pass puts over at second, and that'll be a leadoff single. Fleming tried to challenge McEnroe, and McEnroe just squared it up and went right back up the box. Sonoma as a leadoff man on here in the bottom of the second, and here is Jack Gallagher, the catcher. Pickoff move over to first, and McEnroe slides back in safely. Defense for the Crawdads over at first as Duroff puts it second. Matt King, the shortstop. Ellis, the third baseman. And the first pitch here is fouled away, out of play, behind the grandstand. And that parking lot is awfully close. Hopefully no damage to any of the cars tonight. Count 0-1. In the outfield for Walnut Creek from left to right, it's Brome, Schmidt in center, and then Ben Shosha, the right fielder. 0-1 pitch misses on the inner half to the right-handed batsman, Jack Gallagher. The count even at 1-1. Check that, 2-1. 2-1 pitch from Fleming. This misses low. A back pick attempt by Donnelly. Is a good idea to try a few of those every game. Last year, one of the CCL catchers who was absolutely prolific with the back pick attempts was, I believe, Daniel Susak of the Lincoln Potters. 3-1 pitch. This is fouled back into the netting, just above the backstop, and the count full. So second straight 3-ball, 2-strike situation here for Ryan Fleming here in the bottom of the second. First payoff pitch to the leadoff man, McEnroe, is hit back up the box. We'll see if Fleming can have more success here. The 3-2, the runner goes, and this is inside. And the throw from Donnelly gets past puts over at second, and McEnroe will make it all the way to third. So a walk, and then Donnelly with a throw that's just a little high for puts and off the bag to puts his left. And runners at the corners with nobody out. That'll be an error on the catcher, Donnelly. And now Fleming still looking for out number 1 here in the bottom of the second, and the Stompers threatening to get on the board first. Here's Duffalo. First pitch to Duffalo, misses low and gets through the legs of Donnelly. And Gallagher advances over second. That one will be a pass ball. Just a bad stretch of back-to-back plays for Gallagher behind there. Check that, Donnelly behind the plate. Throwing arrow over to second and then letting a ball get through the wickets. Count 1-0 to Duffalo. This pitch is a fastball that spiked. Good block there by Donnelly. And Fleming all of a sudden having some trouble finding the strike zone. So he gave up a leadoff hit to McEnroe and then walked Gallagher. And two men in scoring position. McEnroe on third, being the closest for the Stompers. This is hit foul down the left field line. A big chopper just over the third base bag. Gallagher at second, McEnroe at third. Still nobody out. Count 2-1. Pitch to Duffalo, who takes, and that was called inside. Fleming wanted that call. Like a pretty good pitch. It is now 3 balls and 1 strike to the right fielder Duffalo, who's going to get a pitch to hit, you would think, here. Fleming delivers, and this is hit on the ground hard, and it bounces high for the third baseman Ellis to take and throw over to first in time to get out number 1. Very good job by Ellis charging that and making a good throw on the run over to the first baseman Duroff. And Fleming 2 outs away now from getting out of this inning, and he's hoping he doesn't have to give up any runs to get out of it. Doesn't want to trade any runs for outs. Game still tied, 0-0. 5-3 the play there, and here is the shortstop Bell. First pitch to Bell. This is high and in with the fastball, does Fleming. 1 ball for the first pitch here with 1 away. 2 runners on. Fleming trying to strand them. 1-0 pitch. There's one down the pipe. And Fleming gets on the board with strike 1. Count even, 1-1. Wind has calmed down here. The 1-1 pitch. Misses in. Count 2-1. 2-1 on the way here from Fleming, and it is fouled out of play over behind the Stomper dugout. And the count 2-2. Fleming will take a step off the mound, readjust here, get back on the rubber. With the 2-2 coming here to Bell. Here's the pitch. Bell swings, hits this hard on the ground. Ellis is going to come home with it from third, and the tag applied at the plate by Donnelly. Just a perfect ball straight to Ellis, and he knew exactly what he was doing with it if it was hit hard his way. The runner McEnroe tried charging home, but a very good, strong throw from Ellis and a great contact-inducing pitch by Fleming, and that is out number 2, as that has scored a ground ball 5-2. Fleming now with 2 outs. Gallagher over at second. Bell at first. Pitch here is hit hard on the ground to the shortstop, Matt King, and it gets by him off his glove. Just booted it. And the Stompers will put a tally up on the board first. There's an RBI for third baseman Rabin, and the lineup card turns over. That ball was hit very hard. It would have been a tough play, but one Matt King can definitely make. Wait for the official scoring of that play. And I'm going to say that is an E6. First pitch here to Castillo. Good for strike number 1. Good fastball there from Fleming. Castillo, the 6th man to go to the plate this half inning for Sonoma, who now leads 1-0. Pitch misses low. Go with the breaking ball there was Fleming. The count even at 1-1. Outfield playing pretty much straight up here with the lefty Castillo at bat. Runners on the corners. This pitch misses low. The count 2-1. Fleming gonna have to find some strikes here. Keep the damage to a minimum. Could have got it out of the inning if not for the error minutes ago. 2-1 pitch. This is hit high, very high, in shallow left field. And in fact, it'll be King who backs up just onto the grass and puts a squeeze on it for out number 3. Well, Sonoma does take a 1-0 lead as Jack Gallagher was the man who scored after the error on a ball hit up the middle and the error to the shortstop King. That's why Sonoma is now ahead 1-0. Top of the third coming up when we return. More Crawdads baseball coming your way on the Crawdads streaming network. Top of the third in Sonoma. It is Jack Ben Shoshan, the leadoff hitter for the Crawdads. First pitch from Smith is good for strike number one. It's Ben Shoshan, then Puts and Schmidt. 8, 9, and 1 for Walnut Creek, who trails 1-0 here. Big swing there by Ben Shoshan. Jack, he wanted to hit that ball awfully hard. A good fastball by Daniel Smith, just right by him, and the count 0-2. This pitch, a fastball that misses high. The count 1-2. Ben Shoshan trying to get back to even here. The 1-2 pitch from Smith is a curveball that he can just not get on top of there, and that started high and ended high, never really dropped. An easy take there for the Crawdad right fielder. There's a lot of room on the right side of the infield. Just poke one through if he wants to go opposite here. The 2-2 pitch is framed for a strike. However, that does not fool the home plate umpire. And the count full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Gallagher tried just inching that glove over slightly to the left as the righty Shoshan just spit on it, and he swings and misses at a big fastball here for a strikeout. A little bit frustrated with himself. He could not catch up to it. Smith has shown a very good fastball. That is out number 1. This is the 3rd strikeout so far for Daniel Smith. And here's Puts at the plate. First pitch here to Puts is fouled back. The count 0-1. Coming to Puts. As Smith delivers, and that is a strike. Count 0-2. You can really hear the pop of the glove when Daniel Smith fires. Got very good velocity. Unfortunately, no velo gun in the stadium here at Arnold Field as this ball misses low and outside. The count 1-2 with 1 away. Smith hunting his 4th strikeout here in top of the 3rd. Pitch from Smith is taken all the way, and this misses everything. Bounces into the backstop. And the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Crawdads will be back at it tomorrow. And this ball is hit high, right side of the infield, and who is going to call for it? As a cavalcade of Sonoma Stompers come on, and eventually it is Kopp, the first baseman, who takes it. Having to shade his eyes from the sun. Sun is still out here. A good battle put up there by Puts. However, fired on the pop-up. And here is Schmidt. Coleman, sophomore over at St. Mary's. Born in Reno, Nevada. First pitch here to Schmidt. He checks on it. However, he does make contact. And Coleman down 0-1. Smith has his sign. And the pitch. Just a bit outside there. Count 1-1. Went with a curve there and could not nip the zone. Count even. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 away. Crawdads still just with 1 hit. Sonoma not doing much better, but they do have a run off 2 hits. They lead 1-0. 1-1 pitch. Check swing here by Coleman and appeal down to first. First base umpire says no swing. Count 2-1. Way to get ahead, Schmidt. Right-handed batter Schmidt trying to keep this inning alive. This top of the third as he fights. Good fastball off here and fouls it high and out of play. That'll land in the parking lot. Every time I see one of those balls fly over there, I think, man, I'm hoping that's not hitting my car. And I hope it doesn't hit anybody's car, but especially not. Definitely don't want it to hit mine. Mine's a rental right now. 2-2 pitch on the way from Smith. This bounces up to the catcher Gallagher. And a full count. So a little bit of stress being put on here by Coleman Schmidt against the pitcher Daniel Smith. Crawdads center fielder. Try to gap one here. A lot of room. 345 in the alleys. 345 to right center and just about 340, 345-ish to left center. And a big swing here. Just able to make enough contact to see another pitch. It'll stay 3-2. Very interesting dimensions here at Arnold Field. You can tell it's a multi-purpose field as some football stands out left and left center. With the softball field behind the fence in right. And Smith readies, deals, and this is hit hard into right field for a single. So 2-out single for Coleman Schmidt. He is now 1 for 2.
Now batting first baseman Brady Rutan.
And here is Brian DeRoff. Who's 0 for 1 so far. The Crawdads first baseman, and move over to first. Tag applied, but Schmidt has the hand on the bag, and he's in safely. Wind starting to swirl, pick up again here. Arnold Field's right in the base of some foothills. And this pitch is hit hard out to right field, but on it is the right fielder, Duffalo, who squeezes it for out number 3. So Crawdads have gotten some hard contact, but either been a line out to right, as we just saw there, or to center. Just not finding the gaps yet, but Crawdads do get their second hit of the game. However, they still trail 1-0, bottom of the third coming up, as Schmidt is left over at first after getting a 2-out single into right field. And Fleming going to stay on the mound and try to keep the game 1-0. The Crawdads right in it here on the road in Sonoma. Be back for the bottom of the third when we return here on the Crawdads Streaming Network. Short delay here. Back in Sonoma, Alon to say, broadcasting first game of the the Walnut Creek Crawdads Streaming Network's coverage of the CCL this summer. We were able to lead the league in live coverage last season. Looking to do the same this year. Try to bring everyone as many games as possible. First time in Sonoma for this team, so try to figure out some solutions to get us some video as well going forward. Possibly mounting something behind the backstop or maybe even over the dugout to just give a visual element to the broadcast, which generally we're able to provide. Here is Handren, who's going to lead off. Handren 1-for-1 with a double. He had a double back in the first, but was left on second. Fleming's first pitch misses low and away to the lefty Handren. 2, 3, and 4 for the Stompers, Handren, Kopp, and Weiss. The 1-0 pitch is inside, count 2-0. 2-0 pitch is hit hard and bounces foul, just past the first base bag. Count 2-1. So far in Fleming's first start, he has only surrendered 2 hits. Just the 1 run on the board for the Stompers, who lead 1-0. This pitch misses high in the count 3-1. A fastball there, just couldn't stay on top of it. And a hitter's count here for second baseman Handren. Kicks the leg, fires, 3-1, check swung on, and heel down to third. Third base umpire says Handren did not swing. And that pitch was just high, just above the belt. Handren did a very good job of not offering, so a walk issued there. As the second walk given out to the Stompers by Fleming, but other than an error earlier and a couple of walks, it's been a pretty solid outing so far. Pitch here bounces up to the plate, and it bounces off the chest protector of Donnelly. And that'll be a wild pitch. So it's a very close game. It's been a few unforced mistakes that have been the difference here so far through 2.5 innings. And manager Brant Cummings is walking out over to the mound. And he just wants to calm down his man out there and just kind of say, hey, man, you got good stuff. Go right after these guys with the fastball and bust out that slider when you want. Fleming's already struck out a couple of batters. 3 and 4 men for the Stompers, and Andrew Cummings is walking back to the Crawdad dugout. However, some tough navigating is going to have to be done here by the Crawdads, as there's a runner in scoring position for Sonoma in the form of Handren over at second. And here is the first baseman for Sonoma, Kopp. First pitch to Kopp is a good slider for strike 1. Count 1-1. Fleming looks back at second. Not holding the runner is Putz, and this is hit high into left field, hanging up there for the left fielder Brome, and Ryan Brome has it for the out. Big fly ball there. The into left field. And here is the designated hitter, Jacob Weiss. On deck is Tucker McEnroe. Weiss struck out in the first. He's 0 for 1. It was a good fastball that got by him. Actually, check that. The fastball got by Kopp in the first. It was a breaking ball against Weiss. This pitch is hit high into foul territory. However, it will land right near the Stomper bullpen. Count 0-1. One strike here on Weiss. And see if Fleming can punch him out again with a couple of more. 0-1 pitch is a fastball. Crosses the plate, the inner half right around the knees. And Fleming getting right back ahead. So whatever manager Brant Cummings said to Fleming on the mound has definitely calmed him down. He looks to be back in command here in a 1-0 ball game that the home team Sonoma Stompers are leading in the bottom of the third. This is hit hard back to Fleming, who's able to get it off the glove, off the ricochet, and then toss it over to first in time for out number 2. However, runner Handren does advance from second over to third. For that 1-3. And here is Tucker McEnroe, who singled up the middle in the second. He's 1 for 1. Two outs here in the bottom of the third. First pitch called a strike. Count 0-1. Handren over at third had a pretty big lead and started to make a move like he was going towards home. Try to play some games here with the right-handed pitcher Fleming. Handren has his lead and starts motioning towards home, and another good pitch in the zone. Strike 2. Back-to-back fastballs there from Fleming. And Ryan looking for the strikeout. Here's the pitch, and this bounces up to the plate and then actually hits off the catcher's mask. But Donnelly does not let it get by. Joey, a very good job of blocking it. Good to see out of the red shirt freshman from Cal Berkeley. After a few balls have kind of gotten by, there was a throwing error. It's been a little bit of an adventure here, even though it's just 1-0. The 1-2 pitch, it's an off-speed pitch that misses low and away. The count even at 2-2. Ryan just looking for something to retire Tucker McEnroe and make sure he does not help them score a run, them being the Sonoma Stompers. 2-2 pitch, here it is from Fleming. It's a fastball right down the pipe, and it absolutely froze Tucker McEnroe. Fleming gets a strikeout. It is still 1-0, and Handren stuck over at third. And those are the kind of plays, the kind of moments, and the kind of big pitches that the Crawdads need to stay in a game like this and to win a tough one on the road up here in Sonoma when everybody's rooting for the home team Stompers. So Crawdads able to get out of the third, and it's still just 1-0. 2 hits apiece for each team. Really the difference, the error on the board for Walnut Creek. Top of the fourth coming up when we return with more Crawdads baseball here on the Crawdads streaming network. Welcome back to Sonoma, California, top of the fourth. Going to be led off by the third baseman, Ryan Ellis, 3, 4, and 5. Ellis, Krieg, and Grohn. Smith still on the mound for Sonoma. In a game that the Stompers lead 1-0 as the first pitch here from Smith misses for ball number 1. Both pitchers have shown good fastball. Slider has been there at times for Fleming. Smith deals. Tried getting Ellis to fish down there in the dirt on something breaking in, and Ellis does not offer, and the count 2-0. Designated hitter, Jacob Krieg in the on-deck circle, and here's a fastball that misses high to the lefty, Ellis, and Ryan ahead, 3-0. Let's see if he can manufacture himself a walk here, or he's got the, you know what, it's summer ball. He's got the green light. If this is down the middle, he's going to rope it. And this pitch misses low, below the knees. That's a 4-pitch walk. And the free pass given there to Ryan Ellis. Good job not going after anything out of the zone. Not so much with the last 2 pitches, but it was a good breaking ball, I believe, on the second pitch of the at-bat that could have been swung at. A lot of guys would have, and Ellis said, no, I'm not going after that, and he's over at first. Here is the designated hitter, Jacob Krieg. First pitch to Krieg, bounces up to the catcher, Gallagher. However, he'll scramble after it. Ellis will have to go back to first, so not able to advance there. On a pitch that was in the dirt, however, 1-0 here to Jacob Krieg. Krieg struck out in the second, and he is big. You know he is strong, 6'5", big long arms. If he can extend, this could get out of here. Pickoff move over to first, and the ball gets away from the first baseman, Kopp. And I think Smith had Ellis there, but the ball did bounce away, and Ellis is still at first. 2 hits so far for Walnut Creek. Big swing and a miss there by Jacob. Fastball gets by him. Count 1-1. Jacob hitting .462 so far this season. Another pickoff move over to first. Ellis back safely. Couple of RBIs, couple of walks, has struck out twice. Shown a good eye, and here goes Ellis over to second. A throw from Gallagher into second, and it is in time. Ellis is gunned down. Wasn't a particularly fast pitch from Smith. However, very good arm shown by Jack Gallagher. And Smith, who evaded the pickoff moments ago, is thrown out at second for out number 1. The count 1-2 to Krieg. 1-2 pitch is hit hard on the ground, but fielded by the third baseman, Raven, who throws over to first. And Kopp has it. His foot on the bag for out number 2. After a promising start here to the top of the fourth, a runner thrown out and a ground ball over to third. That's thrown on to first in time. For that 5-3. And here is Ryan Brom, who's made a nice play earlier this evening in left field, running after a very hard hit ball. And the lefty Brom takes the first pitch low for ball number 1. On deck is Matt King. 1-0. This misses high and away, and the count 2 balls and no strikes with 2 outs here. Crawdads trail by 1. It's only a 1-0 game. However, both pitchers have done a pretty good job of shutting the offenses down. It's just been a war of attrition so far. Pitch here, and that misses as well. Count 3-0. So the Crawdads done a very good job of getting ahead this inning. running in the outs is something that hurts any team. This pitch misses low and away. Fastball there, just never could really get on target throughout that entire at-bat. And really, if it wasn't for the stellar arm of Gallagher, this inning might be going a little differently here. And here is Matt King. A couple of 4-pitch walks given so far by Smith here in the top of the 4th. Shortstop King takes. This ball gets away from Gallagher. He's going to try to gun it over to second, and not in time. As Ryan Brohm's able to slide in safely. Brohm wasn't going on that pitch, but as soon as he saw it bounce away from the catcher, Jack Gallagher, he knew he wanted to take second, and he did that. And Matt King is ahead. 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Smith is a fastball that misses inside. And now Gallagher's going to run over to the mound and try to settle Daniel down a little bit here. And just say, hey, man, you know, let's slow it down. And I know there's a runner on second, but we played pretty good defense so far. And we got your back. Count 2-0 to the Crawdad shortstop. The righty Smith looks back at second and fires, and this is fouled high, straight back, past the Stomper control booth. Count 2-1. Crawdads have had a few balls they've hit very hard, however, just haven't found the gaps yet. 2-1 pitch is hit on the ground over near the third base bag, and a beautiful throw by the third baseman, Rabin, to get the out at first. However, they're going to actually say it was a foul ball. Interesting. Well, looking for who made that call. And the home plate umpire actually said, no, that ball was foul. Rabin really sold it as if it looped the bag and stayed in fair play, but King will get another chance here. Count even 2-2 with 2 away and a runner on second in the form of Ryan Brohm. 2-2 pitch. This is hit on the ground to the shortstop, who muffs it. And Bell just going for an easy scoop there, and when he tried to move the glove towards his right hand, which is his throwing hand, the ball just fell out. That'll be an error. Well, Matt King reaches on an E6. He had an E6 earlier himself. And runners on the corners as Joey Donnelly, the left-handed hitting catcher, is now in the batter's box. Might be a little meeting on the mound here. So far, everything pretty even except for the score. It's really the only discrepancy in the ledger. Stompers have a 1-0 lead. They have 1 run. Otherwise, both teams with 2 hits, each with an error. Ben Shoshin on deck. Crawdads looking for a little 2-out magic. Both pitchers have had to navigate through some choppy waters. It does look like the Stompers are getting someone ready in the bullpen. It's a right-handed pitcher. To get you who that is. Angle here is not great for player identification. Man warming up. Number 32, Hayden Cruz. Pitch here to Donnelly, and the lefty takes for strike number 1. Getting back in the zone is Smith. Daniel Smith over at Santa Rosa Junior College. Big swing and a miss by Donnelly, and he is down 0-2 here with 2 runners on, 1 in scoring position over at third. That is Ryan Brome. King over at first. This looks like it'll probably be Daniel Smith's last inning of work here, as there is someone warming up. And a swing and a miss, and Smith gets out of the jam with 2 away. Able to record the strikeout of Donnelly. Crawdads threaten, but are not able to convert there. However, just a 1-0 ball game here. But gotta start getting these runners on base all the way around to home plate. We'll see what Walnut Creek can do here in the bottom of the 4th. And as they will try to blank the Stompers once again. The 1 run being scored so far by Sonoma was in the 2nd. And it'll still be Fleming on the mound for the Crawdads when we return. More Crawdads baseball coming right back at you in a few short moments here on the Crawdads Streaming Network. Bottom of the 4th, it'll be Jack Gallagher getting things started for Sonoma. Ryan Fleming still on the mound for Walnut Creek. Only surrendered 1 run so far on his watch. And the pitch to Gallagher is called a strike, as Donnelly, though, is not able to squeeze it. Sometimes you see a good pitch like that that does get away from the catcher's mitt. Even though it's in the zone, sometimes the home plate umpire will not call it a strike. That is not the case here, as Fleming ahead 0-1 against Gallagher. Gallagher swings, gets under this. It's going to be looped softly into right field. Catch made by Ben Shoshin. A lazy fly ball out to right. And here is Duffalo. Fleming so far at 58 pitches, thrown 33 strikes and 25 balls. First pitch here to Duffalo, misses low for ball 1, count 1-0. Pitch on the way from Fleming is chopped into the dirt for strike number 1. Down even at 1-1. Duffalo 0 for 1 so far. 1-1 pitch to Dakota. Misses in the count 2-1.
Duffalo still looking for his first hit of this young summer season. 2-1 pitch from Fleming on the way, and just fouled back into the backstop netting. Count even at 2-2 with one out. Stompers lead 1-0 here at Arnold Field. It's Crawdads' first ever trip up here, as Sonoma is a new member of the CCL. This pitch is hit hard to left, and that will leave the yard. And Dakota Duffalo's first hit of the summer is a solo shot to left. Stompers now lead 2-0. He got every bit of that ball. It was a hard fastball, but a better swing. And once contact was made, there was no doubt about it. The Crawdads down 2-0. That landed in the football bleachers out and left. Left field a lot shorter than right field here. And here is Bell. First pitch to Bell is hit in the air, but that'll land in foul territory, just past the first base bag. No play for Grohn. Ryan did run after it. Mikey Bell able to get enough in it so that way he does not pop out in foul territory. Count 0-1. Crawdads down 2-0 after the big solo home run by Dakota Duffalo. His first of the year and his first hit of the summer. Good pitch there for a strike. Fleming looking for a third strike here as he's ahead 0-2. Already struck out 3 batters, looking for strikeout number 4. The 0-2 pitch, see if he goes with the slider. He does. And this is fought off at the plate, and the count 0-2. We'll do 0-2 again. Here it is, and just misses a little bit low. And back to that breaking ball. The count 1-2. Ryan has done a very good job today on the road. Shadow's starting to play some games here. And this ball's hit hard through the right side hole. Pass puts at second, and that gets into right field for a 1-out single by Mikey Bell. Been a lot of room on the right side for both teams so far this evening. Seen a few balls splash that way. The Crawdads and the Stompers. Here is Rabin, third baseman for Sonoma with a runner on first. Big lead there. Pitch misses. Big lead for the runner, Bell. Shortstop Bell just off of first, gets another big lead, and here's a good fastball by Fleming that he just sends right by Rabin. He swings through it. Count even at 1-1 with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Coming up on an hour and 20 minutes so far played. 1-1 pitch. This is low in the count, 2 balls, 1 strike. Crawdads only with 2 hits. Sonoma starting to get some action going here offensively. Obviously the home run helps a lot. Good thing for Fleming and the Dads is that no one was on, so it's just a solo home run, and it's just 2-0. This pitch misses low in the dirt, and the count 3-1. Ryan holding the runner on over at first. See if Fleming goes that way. No, he will deliver instead and misses high with the fastball, and that is a walk on a 3-1 pitch. Rabin draws the walk after 5 pitches. That is the third walk surrendered by Ryan Fleming, and manager Brant Cummings taking that slow walk out of the dugout. And we will see if he asks for the baseball or it's just another chat to settle his guy down. I mean, Ryan has pitched very, very well. Thrown over 40 strikes. Gotten deep in some counts as well, and he does have 32 balls to his name, but I think he's done a very good job of navigating out of trouble. The issue really hasn't been defensively. It's been more, the offense has not been able to manufacture the runs they need by driving guys in, and that'll be it for Ryan Fleming. He'll be on the hook for the 2 men who are still on base, but he leaves now after 3 1/3 innings pitched. And it's a 2-0 ball game.
Attention, please. Now pitching for the Crawdads. Number 13, Tyson Oreo.
Oh, a good effort by Fleming. Just couldn't seal the deal here in the 4th to stay in the game, and he is lifted
Correction, I got that one wrong. Number 16,
by
Perkins.
manager Brant Cummings, and they called out the wrong player here at Arnold Field, and said number 13. Some young gentleman named Brian Oreo is who they called out, and there is no Oreo on the Crawdads roster. In fact, it is number 16, Mark Perkins, a 6'1 righty from Rice University, sophomore out of Houston, Texas. So he will take over, and we'll be back with more Crawdads baseball when we return. There are 2 runners on, and the game is 2-0 so far with Sonoma in the lead and 1 out on the board. We'll be right back with more Crawdads baseball in just a few moments here on the Crawdads streaming network. Perkins, the new man on the mound for the Crawdads. See if Mark can keep the game 2-0 as Castillo in the batter's box with 2 runners on, 1 on first, 1 on second. First pitch from Perkins misses low. Perkins out of Rice has a fastball, curveball, and changeup. That's the weapons in the arsenal for the righty from Houston. Count 1-0. Perkins readies and fires. It's a fastball that misses low, and that is 2 straight balls out of the bullpen for Big Perk. Perkins' first appearance this season for the Crawdads. 2-0 pitch. That's in there, and Perkins is on the board with a good strike. Good fastball there. Count 2-1. Mikey Bell over at second, Rabin at first. Duffalo hit a home run with 1 away earlier this half inning, and this is fouled at the plate, and the count even 2-2. Perkins showing some very good velocity out of the bullpen here. And he can get through these choppy waters here and be the fireman, which is what bullpen's all about, putting out fires. And keep the Crawdads within striking distance. Here is a ball that is hit just over the shortstop's head, and that'll end up in left field, and Bell will score from second. It's now a 3-0 ball game, so that run charged to Ryan Fleming, the starter. And runners on first and second once again. So Bell comes around to score. Rabin moves to second. And Castillo over at first. Still just one away. This ball is popped up right over my desk, and that will land behind me. Count 0-1 to Handren. Handren, a perfect start to the season earlier, but now looking for another hit to keep the average at 1,000. He doubled in the first and walked in the third. Count 1-1. And stepping off the mound is Perkins. Looks back to second and just making sure that Rabin not getting up to any hijinks there. Infield in position for the double play. Curveball that bounces in the dirt up to Donnelly in the count 2-1. The sun right in Mark Perkins' eyes right now, the right-handed pitcher, as he's doing battle with the lefty Handren. The 2-1 pitch misses outside in the count 3-1. Like a pretty good pitch. Just did not hit the outside black. And 3 balls and a strike now to Handren, who's already gapped one earlier. This pitch in there, of course. Actually, check that. That is outside as well. So, walk given there by Perkins. The second man he's faced. And here is David Kopp. Kopp 0 for 2 with a strikeout, and he flew out to left in the third. Game 3-0. Sonoma leading. Scored twice here in this inning. A home run by Duffalo with one away. That ball misses. Count 1-0. An RBI single by Castillo that was able to drive Mikey Bell in. Ryan Fleming was lifted. And Mark Perkins is on the mound now as he blows the ball right by the batter David Kopp. Count even 1-1. One on the way, bases loaded. That's in there for a strike, and the count 1-2. Handren over at first via the walk. Castillo at second. Rabin at third. This ball is hit on the ground over to the third baseman, who juggles it and tries to get another out at first after the force at third. The bases were loaded, but another run scores. So Ryan Ellis had a little trouble corralling the ball. He made the right move to stamp the foot on the third base bag and then tried to fire over to first to get the double play, which would have ended the inning. However, could Bit of a wild throw, and it could not be corralled by Duroff at first, and is now 4-0. Runners on the corners. See if that has scored an error on the first baseman Duroff, or just going to call that a fielder's choice with the force out at third, but then the runner scoring and the batter making it over first. First pitch here from Perkins to Jacob Weiss. Good for a strike. Indeed, it will not be an error. This ball is hit over to the shortstop, Matt King. Flips on to puts at second for the third out. The Stompers now lead 4-0. Tough to come out of the bullpen and have that happen when you're trying to put the clamps down and keep the game a 2-run game, but Stompers score 3 in the bottom of the fourth. A home run, a couple of singles and walks, and that's really what hurt the Dads that last half inning. So it is 4-0. Top of the fifth coming up. Crawdads still just with 2 hits. Sonoma now has 5 along with the 4 runs. And you hope that the Crawdads can get the offense going here in the top of the fifth inning when we return. More Crawdads baseball coming right at you. Crawdads trail by 4. It's 4-0 here in Sonoma on the Crawdads streaming network. All right, back here in Sonoma, top of the fifth. Along to say here, Crawdads down 4-0. Sonoma exploded for 3. First crooked number put up by them this ball game. Crawdads trying to get off the schneid offensively here. Just stuck with 2 hits. They're going to need a few runs to answer the 3 that Sonoma just put up last half inning. Here is Ben Shoshan, who steps into the batter's box. The new pitcher for Sonoma is Hayden Cruz, 6'3" right-hander from Sacramento Community College, out of River City High School in West Sacramento. And the first pitch from Hayden is a fastball that gets by Ben Shoshan, who swings over it. Count 0-1. Final line score on Smith. 4 innings of work, 2 hits surrendered, no runs obviously, 2 walks and 5 strikeouts. He faced 16. pitch. It's a breaking ball that bounces about 3 feet in front of the plate. Count 1-1. Both the starters out now. Perkins in relief for Fleming and Cruz in relief for Smith. And this is a fastball that drills Ben Shoshan in the shoulder. He shakes it off, wears it, and he's over at first now. Hit by pitch. Final line on Ryan Fleming. 3 1/3 innings of work, 4 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned. 3 walks and 3 strikeouts. He faced 18, and it was a battle for him. He pitched very well at times. I think the infield error that happened hurt, and obviously giving up solo home run. But showed some good stuff in his first start. We'll see if Perkins goes for another inning. Pitch here from Cruz to Putz. Fastball for strike 1. Ben Shoshan over at first after being hit. Jack is just off of first. And Hayden Cruz ahead 0-1 against Putz, who is 0 for 1, who popped up for the first baseman, David Kopp, back in the 3rd. And the runner will go. This ball's hit hard past the shortstop, Mikey Bell. And Ben Shoshan will make it all the way to 3rd. It would have been a clean steal even if no contact was made. He got a heck of a jump there. And now there are runners on the corners. Both men out of the bullpen for the Crawdads and the Stompers now. For the Stompers, it's Hayden Cruz. He's hit a man and given up a hit. Perkins out of the bullpen had to watch 2 runs go up on the board. Here is Coleman Schmidt, who's 1 for 2, popped up over the pitcher's mound in the first, leading off this evening's game as he swings and misses here at a good fastball. Count 0-1. He did have a single to right in the 3rd. A runner in scoring position for the Crawdads over at third base. It's Jack Van Ocean. And Putz over at first after the single. The 0-1 on the way to Coleman, who swings and misses. A very good fastball being shown here on display by Cruz. Schmidt has a lot of power in his bat. He has 2 home runs so far this summer with 7 RBIs. Looking to make some good contact here. Runner from first goes, and the throw not in time from Gallagher. And both men in scoring position now for the Crawdads. Jack Ben Shoshan over at 3rd. And Jude Putz over at 2nd. Count 1-2 after that pitch missed. Jack Gallagher does have 1 retired via the caught stealing already, but not able to get Putz there over at 2nd. This ball is fouled away, and the count 1-2. But the Crawdads looking to answer here. They trail 4-0. Have recorded their 3rd hit here in the top of the 5th. As Cruz still looking for his first out of the bullpen. It's Cruz's first appearance this summer. And this ball bounces low, but a good block there by Gallagher. The count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Really any hard contact here, you think. hard contact on the ground, that is gonna score. Ben Shoshan from third, as long as it's not right at the third baseman, Rabin. 2-2 pitch. Here it comes from Cruz. It bounces, but a good pick there by Gallagher. And Hayden Cruz at risk of loading the bases here in a full count. Schmidt gonna have to keyhole something here and make sure he doesn't go after any junk. Payoff pitch on the way, and that misses low and inside. Of a late call there from the home plate umpire, but it is ball 4. So very good eye on display there from Coleman Schmidt. The bases are loaded, and things not so easy out of the bullpen for the newly inserted Hayden Cruz. Here is Brian Duroff, the first baseman for Walnut Creek. He has a chance to do major damage here with nobody out. And there will be a short conference on the mound here as Mike Nunez, the manager, the pitching coach and bench coaches appears as well. Sonoma. He's talking to his man Cruz on the mound and trying to settle him down. I've not seen Zach Pace out of the dugout yet. He is the manager for Sonoma. Cruz remains in the game after the short mound visit. Getting ready to deliver pitch number 10. 5 strikes and 4 balls so far. And here it is. Pitch number 10 is Cruz's 5th ball. Duroff ahead. 1-0. Bases loaded. Schmidt on first. Puts on second. Ben Shoshan over at third. Another pitch misses low. And Duroff in the driver's seat ahead. 2 balls and no strikes against Hayden Cruz. And the tying run obviously at the plate in the batter's box. Duroff swings, hits this hard, but foul down the third base line. Just a little out in front of it. The right-handed batter, Duroff. The count 2-1. Sun's still out here, but the lights are on at Arnold Field. Infield just about completely covered in shadows. Very slight breeze. I've been this way all game. It swirled a little bit earlier from left and then in center. Hayden Cruz in a major jam here with the Stompers leading 4-0, but the bases loaded for the Crawdads. The 2-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Cruz able to fire an authoritative fastball by Duroff. Brian, who is 0 for 2, hitting .214 so far in this young 2022 CCL season. Trying to make something happen. He hits this on the ground, a bouncer. It gets by the second baseman, Handren, and the Crawdads are on the board as 2-run score. So 2 RBI single by Brian Duroff, and that is exactly what Walnut Creek needed. It is 4-2, still nobody out, and runners at first and second. A good piece of hitting there by the Crawdad first baseman, Brian Duroff. And here is Ryan Ellis, who in his last appearance in the 4th was able to draw a walk. And the Crawdads looking to keep this party going here in the top of the 5th. Pitch here from Cruz, bounces low. Good pick by catcher Gallagher. Man, been saying that a lot. A lot of pitches low from Hayden Cruz out of the bullpen. On deck, Jacob Krieg. 1-0 pitch to Ellis, and he hits this very high, just on the outfield grass, and the right fielder, Duffalo, comes on and makes the catch. That is out number 1 here in the top of the 5th. Crawdads trail by 2. It is 4-2. And Cruz finally gets a little bit of good news on the mound after he's able to get an out. However, here is the manager, Zach Pace, walking out, and a new pitcher will be inserted. Cruz not able to do much more than just get one out here in the top of the 5th. And we'll see who the new pitcher is. And it will be number 26. Is that Jack Hazen? And no, it is not. It is actually Connor Charpio. He's listed as an outfielder, but he's going to get a chance to pitch. He's out of Santa Rosa Junior College. So far, he's thrown 2 innings for the Stompers. Struck out 4, walked 2, given up 2 hits. Comes in with a perfect ERA.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Sonoma Stompers, number 28, Connor Sharpio.
Sharpio is in. Cruz is out. Runners on first and second. Crawdads still threatening to put some more up on the scoreboard here. Just to recap things, Ben Shoshin was hit by a pitch from Cruz. Single to left by Putz. Then the walk of Schmidt on a payoff pitch. That loaded the bases, and then Brian DeRoff with a clutch 2 RBI single. A hit right back up the middle past the second base bag, and it evaded Handren. The Crawdads were able to tack 2 on, so they trail by 2. It is 4-2 once again. And in the batter's box is Jacob Krieg. The only out able to be recorded by Cruz was of Ryan Ellis, who had a pop out, just steps onto the right field grass. See what Charpio has coming out of the pen, and he fires a good fastball. Swung on and missed by Jacob Krieg. Krieg 0 for 2 so far, and now in an 0-2 hole after that good pitch. Good fastballs out of the pen for Connor Charpio. Krieg batting .461. Couple of RBIs to his name. And he swings and misses, so on 3 pitches, Krieg is retired, and Charpio is able to come out of the pen and get out number 2.
Ryan Burrell.
With a swinging strikeout, rather, of the Crawdads' designated hitter. So here is Ryan Brome. Had a hit in the second and was walked in the 4th. He came around to score. Pitch is swung on and missed, and the count 0-1. 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed as well, so the count 0-2. With 2 away. And DeRoff at first. Schmidt over at second. Need to choke up on the bat here. If you're Ryan Brome, and just try to put the ball in play, keep this inning alive. top of the fifth for the Crawdads. Charpio delivers, and this misses just a bit inside to lefty Grohn. Count 1-2. 1-2 pitch is hit softly down the third base line, and that will land foul out of play. Just kind of poked at it. Grohn just trying to stay alive here in the at-bat with the shortstop Matt King on deck. And some action on the base paths for the Crawdads, who have already scored 2 runs in this top of the fifth. The pitch is fought off, and that's back into the backstop. Count still 1-2. Outfield shaded a few steps back. Pitch swung on and hit up the middle, and a diving Mikey Bell at short cannot get the glove to, and that'll be an RBI single for Ryan Brome as Coleman Schmidt scores all the way from second. And the Crawdads have responded to the 3 runs put up by Sonoma in the bottom of the fourth with 3 runs of their own now here in the top of the fifth. It is 4-3. The lead is cut back down to 1. Sonoma did have a 4-0 lead heading into the fifth inning, and now it is 4-3. Good piece of 2-strike hitting there for the Crawdads, and this is a pitch that is swung on and just lightly contacted there by Matt King, the shortstop. He is down 0-1. No balls and 1 strike, 2 away. Runners on first and second for the Dads. Off at second. This ball hit hard, but foul down the third base line. Count 0-2. Off at second. Ryan Brome at first. And a very good offensive inning for the Crawdads, who have gotten some clutch hits. This pitch in there for strike number 3 just froze King on the inner half. And that'll do it for the top of the fifth. But the Crawdads are able to respond with 3 runs of their own after Sonoma put up 3 in the bottom of the fourth. And it is now a 4-3 ball game, a 1-run game once again here at Arnold Field in beautiful Sonoma, California. Be right back with the rest of the fifth when we return from Arnold Field here on the Crawdads Streaming Network. Bottom of the fifth, it is still Perkins on the mound for Walnut Creek. It's a 4-3 ball game that Sonoma leads by just the 1 run after they jumped out to a 4-0 lead, but the Crawdads showed some great resilience and struck back for 3 in the top of this inning. Perkins looking to record his 3rd out of Ball game out of the bullpen. First pitch from Perkins here in the bottom of the fifth. Misses for ball number 1 to Tucker McEnroe. It'll be 5, 6, and 7 for Sonoma, McEnroe, Gallagher, and Duffalo. This pitch is hit into the dirt and then rolled to the Crawdad dugout. And the count 1-1. Tucker, an even count. Perkins done a good job. He's only given up the 1 hit so far out of the bullpen. No runs charged to him, obviously, and he just gave up hit number 2 as this ball is smoked out to right field, and that'll be at least a double for McEnroe. Ball played back in by Jack Ben-Shoshan, and Tucker McEnroe has a stand-up double to lead things off for Sonoma in the bottom half of the inning. Oh, here's the catcher, Jack Gallagher. McEnroe able to put a pretty good swing on a pitch from Perkins. McEnroe now 2 for 3. Singled, doubled, and struck out once. Here's Gallagher. Gallagher swings at the first pitch he sees and fouls it away for strike number 1. Gallagher 0 for 1. Did walk back in the second. Flew out to right in the fourth. Nobody out. Runner in scoring position. The 0-1 pitch from Perkins bounces away from Donnelly, who loses track of it, and that'll be a free base. A wild pitch from Perkins. So McEnroe moves over to third. And, you know, it's amazing how this game can just change, stop on a dime, and go in a completely opposite direction. It looked like the Crawdads had all the momentum in the world there after the top of the fifth inning, and already now with nobody out, a runner on third for Sonoma. And this ball gets away from Donnelly, and here comes McEnroe to home, and he will score. And this was a problem with the Crawdads last year. Sometimes it'd be the catcher not able to block the ball. Sometimes it would be pitchers just spiking, fastballs and hard-thrown pitches in the dirt, and they would get away. And that is an unearned run there. Unforced mistake from the Crawdads as Sonoma scores a run on the wild pitch, and it is now 5-3. Gallagher swings through this. Count 2-2. 2-2 pitch from Perkins, looking to get a strikeout here, and he misses high with the fastball. He's trying to climb the ladder, not that high though. And the count runs full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Field completely covered in shadow here. Lights are on, still not dark. Payoff pitch is swung on and fouled. That'll land in the parking lot, and that is over near the bullpen of the Stompers. Perkins has thrown 25 pitches now, 14 strikes and 11 balls. And he gets a strikeout there as he blows a fastball by. Catcher Jack Gallagher could not catch up to it. Swung on and missed. That is a good sign for Perkins, as that is out number 1 here in the bottom of the 5th inning in a 2-run ball game. So far, Sonoma with 6 hits to go along with those 5 runs, just committed the 1 error. The Crawdads, the error has really been the story for them. 3 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors, and swung over and missed by Duffalo against a good Perkins fastball. Mikey Bell, the shortstop, on deck. This pitch is chopped over to the pitcher, Perkins, who fields it and is able to flip to the covering first baseman, Duroff, for out number 2. Duffalo is taking care of 1-3, and here is shortstop Mikey Bell. pitch here from Perkins. In there for strike number 1. 0-1 against Mikey. Bell is 1 for 2. And a single to right in the 4th. This pitch, another good fastball swung on and missed. The count 0-2. Perkins gave up the double to McEnroe, and then a couple of pitches got away. And a swing and a miss there, a strikeout to end the 5th. However, Sonoma able to score 1, and after 5, it is 5-3. But a couple of strikeouts that half inning for Perkins. Mark did a good job out of the bullpen, and see how long he goes. And if we'll see him in the 6th inning. More Crawdads baseball right around the corner. It's 5-3 Sonoma from Sonoma at Arnold Field. This is the Crawdads Streaming Network. Back in Sonoma, top of the 6th. Joining you during an at-bat. Do apologize for that. Had a few technical issues, but it's all sorted out. 2-1 count to Donnelly. That pitch was swung on to count even at 2-2. It is Donnelly, then Jack Ben-Shoshan, and puts 2-2. Swung on and missed, and Donnelly was retired via the strikeout. A good pitch there from Charpio. And he is dealing.
Right fielder Jack Ben-Shoshan.
First pitch to Ben-Shoshan. In there for strike. Count 0-1. It's a 5-3 game here in Sonoma. Second pitch to Jack, and he takes. And a good eye shown there by Ben-Shoshan as the count is 1-1. 1-1 pitch from Charpio is a breaking ball. That misses low and away to the right-handed batter and right fielder, Ben Shoshin. This game still very much in reach for Walnut Creek. They've shown they can explode for some runs. Got to get some more clutch hitting here. Pitch is swung on and fouled back into the backstop in the count 2-2. Ben Shoshin struck out in the third and was hit by a pitch in the fifth. Eventually came around to score. That was that 3-run top of the fifth inning that Walnut Creek had. And the 2-2 pitch here from Charpio misses in the dirt. It's gloved by the catcher Gallagher. Well, the count runs full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. The Dad's right fielder with puts on deck. The payoff pitch, and this misses everything. And it'll be a walk in the full count for Ben Shoshin. So he gets on base. He was hit by a pitch, plunked in the fifth. Now he just draws the free bag the old-fashioned way. And here is Crawdads second baseman Putz. Puts rather. And this ball is hit on the ground to third. Rabin has it. He goes over to second for 1, and they're going to say the second baseman, Handren, was able to plant the cleat on the bag. And that is a second out. It's a very good slide there by Jack Ben Shoshin. It was just a strong throw by Rabin over to second. It was very close play. Fielder's choice, 5-4. Here is Coleman Schmidt. He walked back in the fifth and had a single in the third, popped out back in the first. This pitch misses high and inside, a back pick attempt by the catcher Gallagher, and he is not able to get the cheap out over at first. As Putz slides back in safely. The count 1-0. Quieter inning, this inning for the Crawdads than back in the fifth, but still got an out to play with here, and that ball swung on and missed, and the count 1-1. That was below the knees, right around the stockings. And tough pitch to go after there for Coleman Schmidt. The count is even, 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 away. And Puts over on first. He fakes a move over to second, and a swing and a miss on a good fastball there from Charpio. And Connor's shown a very good fastball so far. Count 1-2. Gallagher thought about throwing back over to first. He just put it in his pocket instead. And here's a pickoff attempt over to first. Not in time, and the count still 1-2, and still 2 outs. One-two pitch from Charpio. The runner goes, and Gallagher gets a fastball and then guns one over to second, but the ball is dropped by Handren. It was a pretty good throw. It was a little low, but he could not control it. Popped out of the glove, and that's a stolen base by the thinnest of margins by Putz, and that is a really good way to get yourself into scoring position there. Good aggressive base running, and it pays off. So manager Cummings sends them. And the Crawdads might be in business here with 2 away. 2-2 pitch to Schmidt, who fouls this back and stays alive. Count holds at 2-2. Crawdads will be back in action tomorrow. It's Friday, June the 10th at 4 p.m. against the Bay Area Force. That game over in Danville at Monte Vista High School. Really nice field. Last year, Walnut Creek played at the campus of St. Mary's University in Moraga, California. However, we're not there this year because they are undergoing their renovations for their brand new shiny stadium that they're building as this pitch is fouled back. Very exciting time, not just for the Bay Area and St. Mary's, but also for the California Collegiate League, which likes to have some pretty nice venues to play at. And I just have a feeling there won't be a better venue and a better field in the CCL than St. Mary's and Louis Gisto Field when the renovations are complete. The 2-2 pitch here from Charpio is taken high. And the count is full, 3-2. Coleman had a very hard hit single to right in the third. A lot of space to work with over there, does the righty Coleman. If he wants to go opposite field like so many of these hitters have tonight for both teams. And Connor Charpio is going to have to make a good pitch with a runner on second. 3-2, this is hit, but foul down the third base line. Schmidt will see another. And the sprinkler came on there momentarily. I don't know what that is about, but it's kind of dangerous if the sprinkler's coming on during the middle of a game. And it was the one right near home plate. Any little distraction can really throw a bunch of things off in a baseball game. The payoff pitch, once again, swung on and missed in the dirt, and the tag applied by Gallagher. The Crawdads not able to cash in. Foot's stranded at second. Schmidt battled, but was not able to come up with a solution on the payoff pitch there from Charpio, and the game remains 5-3 with Stompers leading by 2. Everything else pretty even except for the scoreboard. Both teams similar amount of hits, 6 for the Stompers and 5 for Walnut Creek. Bottom of the 6th inning coming up. It looks like we'll get a new pitcher for Walnut Creek when we return here on the Crawdads streaming network. Back to Sonoma, California. A lot to say here. Pleasure to bring you all the action this season for the Crawdads. We'll have a broadcast partner. Hopefully tomorrow, the young and talented Austin Oda will be joining us. That will be very fun to have someone in the booth this summer. The new pitcher for the Crawdads here in a 5-3 game that they trail by 2 against Sonoma on the road here is Nate Nordell, right-handed pitcher from Lodi, California. He's over at San Joaquin Delta College. Comes in, having thrown an inning already. He's made one appearance, and that was on June 7th against the Bay Area Force, which was a 13-4 win for Walnut Creek. Faced 3 men and was able to strike out 2. Still not giving up a hit yet. Only the 1 inning of work, though. And the first pitch here to Rabin is fouled way up and way out of here behind the grandstand and the Stomper control booth. And the count 0-1. It is Rabin, Castillo, and Handren, 9-1-2 for Sonoma. This is a fastball that misses high and away and hits the backstop rather hard. And the count even at 1-1. Nordell trying to keep this a two-run game here in the bottom of the sixth, as this is fouled back and then ricochets off the catcher's mask, and looks like Donnelly's okay and shakes it off a little bit, and he's fine. Big tough kid, and he's used to that being catcher at times. Anybody who's played catcher has definitely had that happen. The 1-2 pitch, and this bounces in the dirt low, about a 57-foot breaking ball there. The 2-2 pitch is a curveball that was fouled off the plate and dribbled out in front. However, it is called foul, and the count 2-2. It's a good scramble by Donnelly to get out there in case it was fair and then throw it over to first. This pitch swung on and missed. Strikeout out of the pen for Nordell. A really good start for him. Here's Jackson Castillo. After the strikeout of Rabin. First pitch to Jackson, and he hits this hard to right field and deep, and that is gone. It's only 311 out there for the right field fence, and as soon as he hit that, he knew it, took a little strut, and now he is circling the bases. It is 6-3. That is the second long ball launched today by Sonoma. Crawdads down by 3 now. Jackson Castillo has gone deep, giving a little confidence to Sonoma and the rest of their offense, I'm sure. As outside of the 3 runs they put up earlier in the game, pretty much 1-1-1, but a home run, that can boost everybody's morale in the dugout, and there's a 3-run lead now for Sonoma, 6-3. Duffalo homered in the 4th. And now in the 6th, Jackson Castillo hits one, and it wasn't a cheapie either. It went very far. Second pitch here misses low, and the count 2-0. Nordell out of the pen. Was able to get a strikeout, but then was bitten by the big bomb to right. 2-0 pitch here from Nate, and this is hit hard on the screws, out to left center, but coming on and making the play is Coleman Schmidt for out number 2, but some very loud and hard contact here for Sonoma. The last 2 batters up. Final line on Perkins. He was able to go an inning and 2/3 before being relieved by Nate Nordell. Gave up 2 hits, 1 run, and was earned. Walked 1, struck out 2, faced 8. Pitch here to number 17, David Kopp, the first baseman. This is high, and the count 1-0 with 2 away in the bottom of the 6th. Game started at 6:08. Played just over 2 hours and 20 minutes now as this pitch is fouled back, and the count even 1-1. strikeout of Rabin, then the home run from Jackson Castillo, and then Handren lines out to left center. And David Kopp in a 1-1 count takes a strike there on a good fastball from Nordell. Kopp 0 for 3 so far tonight. And he hits this over to the second baseman, Putz, who has it, gathers, and throws to first for out number 3. But Jackson Castillo able to give the Stompers another run. And Crawdads have been fighting back tonight. However, they've not seen a shutdown inning since the third. So it is 6-3. By way of Mr. Jackson Castillo, and the top of the 7th is coming up after this short break here on the Crawdads Streaming Network. Back at Arnold Field in Sonoma, California, the Crawdads trail by 3. It is 6-3 Stompers. They're at their home field, and the Walnut Creek Crawdads' first ever look at the Sonoma Stompers as a member of the CCL. It is Sonoma's inaugural season in the California Collegiate League. A very good thing for the Northern Division. Kind of balances things out, gives another team up here. And out is Walnut Creek, Solano, Sonoma, Healdsburg, and Lincoln. A new pitcher has been inserted for the Stompers. It is the lefty, Christian McInerney, 6'1" lefty from Benicia, California. Goes to Cal State Monterey Bay. He's thrown an inning and 2/3 so far. And has struck out 4 in the one appearance he's made. The first pitch from McInerney here is ball number 1 to Brian DeRoff, the first baseman for Walnut Creek. It's DeRoff, Ellis, and then Jacob Krieg. So 2, 3, and 4. And a 6-3 ball game that Sonoma is in control of right now. And this pitch is a strike. The count 1-1. McInerney's last appearance was on June 2nd against the Seals. That was a 4-1 win for Sonoma. The 1-1 pitch, and this misses outside and gets away from the catcher Gallagher. And the count 2-1 with DeRoff ahead. Now in the count. DeRoff had a big 2 RBI single in the 5th. That was part of that 3-run top of the 5th for Walnut Creek. And they'll need another one of those to tie things up. Another 3 runs Pitch fouled back. And the count evens out at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Crawdads in action again tomorrow in Danville at Monte Vista. That'll be against the Bay Area Force. The 2-2 pitch. This misses high, and the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. On Saturday, June 11th, the Crawdads will be on the road against Solano. Unfortunately, Vanden High, where Solano plays, does not have the infrastructure to broadcast from there. And we're trying to figure out some things this season to make that happen. And when it does, we will bring you those Solano games. But much like last year, at least for the start, not going to get those games over the air as this pitch misses away, and that is a leadoff walk. Christian McInerney walks the first Crawdad he faces, and here is Ryan Ellis. Ryan Ellis 0 for 2 so far. Did have a walk in the 4th. First pitch to Ellis is hit hard and deep to right field, and you can kiss that baby goodbye. It is 6-5, a 2-run homer for Ryan Ellis. He got every bit of that baseball, and that got out of here in a hurry. Crawdads right back in it. It was just a 1-run ball game. McInerney walked the leadoff batter, Duroff, and then Ryan Ellis made him pay for that cardinal sin of issuing the free pass. And the dads are loving it, and there is no quit in them tonight. Crawdads exploded yesterday for 19 runs, and the bats have not cooled off. It is 6-5. Sonoma. Pitch here to Jacob Krieg. This is low. Count 1-0. Krieg has struck out a couple of times as the DH tonight. He's grounded out 5-3 as well. This ball is hit high, little looper over near the bullpen of Sonoma, and it drops harmlessly. Count even at 1-1. Krieg 0 for 3, batting cleanup tonight. That is going to be an interesting thing when we come and visit here in Sonoma, is how many home runs that porch and right field gives up. It's interesting is the left field area is really where it's short. This pitch is a curveball that misses just low. Perhaps a touch inside as well. And the count 2 balls and 1 strike. McInerney not finding life so easy out of the bullpen so far. The 2-1 pitch from Christian, and this is a curveball that misses low. And now Krieg is in the driver's seat, 3 balls and 1 strike, and all the pressure is on the man on the mound and his left shoulder. He has to conjure a pitch up here and not try to have the damage continue. The 3-1, Krieg hits this hard into center. Running back is Castillo. That's going to get over his head and bounce down at the warning track. He's going to try to fire it back in, but that'll be a stand-up double for Jacob Krieg. He is now 1 for 4, and those are 2 very hard-hit balls by back-to-back Crawdads batters. And, man, you can feel it. You can feel Uncle Mo switching once again. Can the Crawdads finally close the deal, though, and get back to even in this game? McInerney is going to stay on the mound here. No sight of manager Zach Pace, nor that of pitching coach Mike Nunez. And here is Ryan Brome. Brome had an RBI single in the 5th. He's 2 for 2, and he also has a walk. First pitch to Grohn bounces up and actually hits Gallagher in the bottom of the face mask there. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes with Krieg over on second. Everybody playing pretty standard here. No shifts employed, and the outfield straight up. Very deep part of the ballpark where Krieg hit that double. About 435 out there with a little bit of ivy covering the stampage. He hit it just to the right of that 435 sign in center. I was chatting with manager Cummings before the game and what it would take to hit a ball all the way out there. And he said, you probably need to be a big league guy. This pitch misses. The count 2-0. We saw some deep home runs last year. Probably the deepest was Trevor Warner's shot over in Healdsburg, and that went about 415 feet. So it would take a guy like that maybe to be able to lift one over the fence. 2-0 pitch. This is hit high, but playable in shallow left field, and making the catch is the shortstop, Mikey Bell, for out number 1. So Nick and Ernie finally finds that ever-elusive first out. And Sonoma nursing a small 1-run lead here. It is 6-5 in the top of the 7th. Now here is Matt King. After Brome pops out. First pitch to King is in the dirt. He lets it go. Krieg is caught off of second, and he's thrown out by Gallagher. Seen that happen a couple of times tonight. It's Gallagher's second man that he's gunned down. Saw it happen a few times over at first, too, to I believe Ryan Ellis it was. He was not thrown out. However, Crawdads living dangerously on the base paths right now. And there are 2 outs here. Top of the 7th. And the 1-0 pitch. Swung on and foul tipped into the catcher's glove. Matt King looking to make some more hard contact there. He took a mighty Paul Bunyan-esque chop at that. King 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. Did reach base on an E6 in the 4th. Pitch from McInerney, and there's a big bender that just floats in there for a strike. And the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes with 2 away. McInerney fires. Here's the pitch from the lefty. This is fouled back into the netting. And the count stays 1-2. Pitch here, this misses everything. Breaking ball that started outside, stayed outside to the righty Matt King. The count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Crawdads looking for that tying run, trying to make this ball game 6-6. As it stands now, it is 6-5. They've scored 2 already this half inning. This pitch is a fastball that misses high, and the count runs full, 3-2. When it seemed like the Crawdads going to have a really tough time climbing out of a 3-run hole. A 2-run homer from Ryan Ellis after the leadoff walk to Duroff. And the payoff pitch here is fought off, and we'll do 3-2 again. Matt King is able to stay alive, and on deck is Joey Donnelly. Righty up right now, and a lefty open. He gets to the plate. Here's the 3-2 from McInerney. It's a slow curveball that is hit hard and very high out to left field. And that baby is gone as well. had to move out of the seat, and this ball game is tied. It is 6-6. 2 home runs in this top half of the 7th for Walnut Creek. And 0-0 basically again, folks. It is 6-6. This game is all knotted up. So the 2-run homer from Ryan Ellis, and then just now Matt King annihilates the ball and sends it to the short porch in left field. And now it is anyone's ball game as it is tied 6s all. Here is Donnelly. Lefty against lefty. As McInerney steps off here, readjusts. And he's just looking for out number 3 after what has been a nightmarish top of the 7th for Sonoma. First pitch here is a curveball that bounces up to the catcher Gallagher. The count 1-0. Now it didn't look, at least for a moment, that Matt King's home run to left was going to get out, and it just hung up, and finally it fell in the bleachers. There's a curveball that hits Donnelly right on the rear end. And those strong catcher's legs of his, I'm sure, kind of made that not so difficult to take, especially a breaking ball. And he's over at first after being hit by the pitch. And here is Jack Ben-Shoshan. And now, here's the pitching coach, Mike Nunez, coming out for Sonoma. And he's going to try to talk to Christian and probably tell him, you know, we don't have anybody else up in the bullpen, so I need you to get this out. I'm very much sure that's what the conversation is going like. There's some different language being used, but it looks pretty calm right now, but no one up and ready in the bullpen. All the bullpen arms for Sonoma just either sitting down or doing some light band work and stretching. So far, this half inning, out of the bullpen, McInerney has given up 3 runs to make this a tied ball game at 6-6. The largest lead of the night for Sonoma was 4-0. Then it was a 4-3 ball game after the Crawdads put up 3 in the top of the 5th inning. A couple of runs scored in back-to-back innings by Sonoma got it to 6-3. But a 3-run explosion here in the top of the 7th, and it is all tied. Here's the pitch to Ben-Shoshan, and he takes for strike number 1 on the inner half. Donnelly over at first. Kind of the theme early was the Crawdads weren't able to produce when they had men on base, and that has kind of changed the second part of this game, as that pitch is good for strike number 2. Good fastball there from McInerney. And Jack is in an 0-2 hole. 0 for 1 tonight, struck out in the 3rd, but then was hit by a pitch in the 5th, and then drew a walk in the 6th. This ball bounces up to Gallagher. Donnelly not going to run from first. He'll just take a few steps back over to the bag. Stompers faithful here try to boost the confidence of their young lefty on the mound. McInerney fires and misses high with the fastball. A little too much juice there. Could not stay on top of it. It was about collar high. Count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 away. Here in the top of the 7th inning, that has seen Ryan Ellis deposit a 2-run bomb over the right field fence. And another trip to the bank by Matt King over to left field. There's a fastball that was high and inside, but called a strike. That was above the belt. And Jack Ben-Shoshan, I apologize for that, folks, but that was a very generous call for Christian McInerney on the mound there. And he's able to get out of the top of the 7th, but not after surrendering 3 runs. And those 3 runs very, very important as those 3 runs have tied the ball game up. It is 6-6, 7th inning stretch coming up now. We'll be back with the bottom of the 7th when we return here. And it is anybody's ball game in Sonoma at Arnold Field on the Crawdads streaming network. Bottom of the 7th. New pitcher on the mound for the Crawdads. He's getting warmed up right now, taking his 8 or so warm-up pitches. It'll be the right-hand throwing Seth Higdon, 6'2 righty, junior over at Incarnate Word University from Odessa, Texas. He's already made an appearance. He's pitched 1 inning. That was on June 7th against the Force in that 13-4 win. Struck out 2, faced 5. Did not give up any hits.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Crawdads, number 34, Seth Higdon.
Higdon on the mound. And it'll be Jacob Weiss, and Tucker McEnroe, and Jack Gallagher for the Stompers. Probably felt like they had this game in hand, up by 3 heading into the 7th inning, and it is tied now 6-6. 4, 5, and 6 for the Stompers. Heart of the order here for Higdon to deal with. First pitch from Higdon. Here it is a fastball that's right around the belt and is swung just under by Jacob Weiss, the designated hitter tonight for Sonoma. So count 0-1. 0-1 pitch. This misses high and inside, and really interesting about that pitch, that is the same location that Christian McInerney fired his strikeout pitch of Ben Shoshin to end the top of the 7th, and it was called a strike. This time called a ball. 1-1 pitch is a curveball that ends up in the dirt behind home plate. Count 2-1. Kicks and deals. This ball's hit hard but foul over near the Crawdads dugout. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Other action around the CCL. Solano taking on Healdsburg. Their game actually just went final at Vanden High. And Solano won 3-2. 2-2 pitch. This misses low. The curveball does, and the count runs full 3-2. Bottom of the 8th over in Compton, California. That's where the Academy Barons play. They're in command of a game 5-4 ahead of the Santa Barbara Foresters. The 3-2 pitch here, and that is a called third strike. Ring him up as Weiss could not get the bat off of his shoulder. Good job out of the pen by Higdon, setting down the first man he faces on strikes. And here's Tucker McEnroe, who's had a very effective game for Sonoma. He singled up the middle in the 2nd and a double to right in the 5th. First pitch to Tucker He's on the inner half and just changing speeds on him, pulling the string here, ramping it up there, and that's what Higdon's doing right now. Count 0-1 with one away. Higdon sends it, and it's a curveball that bounces up to Donnelly. The count even at 1-1. The Arroyo Seco Saints over in Pasadena at Jackie Robinson Memorial Field are currently playing a game. As this pitch misses inside. Count 2-1. We'll get an opportunity to go down there and broadcast a game when the Crawdads go on their big Southern California road trip, the big roadie that we love doing so much. That was so much fun last year. 2-1 pitch here from Higdon. This is a fastball that's spiked, and it gets away. On the count, 3 balls and 1 strike, but Arroyo Seco is down by 5. It is 6-1. The Ventura Pirates are leading in the bottom of the 8th. And in the top of the 9th, the Conejo Oaks are hosting the Coastal Cubs. They're winning 14-9. So that's what's going on around the rest of the CCL tonight. The 3-1 pitch here from Higdon. This is chopped hard into the dirt, and then attempting to field it is Higdon, and he had to wait a long time for that ball to come down. Kind of stumbled a little bit as he came off the mound to his right, so towards the third base side. And you know, I think it would have been a hit either way with how long that ball hung up. It bounced right into the bridge of where the infield grass, around the pitcher's mound, transforms into the dirt area where the batters are. And it just took a weird trajectory way up in the air. And, in fact, it is scored as a hit. That's an infield single for Tucker McEnroe. First pitch here. And Donnelly fields it, tries to throw over to first to get McEnroe on a back pick, but an inaccurate throw gets by first baseman Brian Duroff, and McEnroe ends up on second. That is the 4th error tonight for Walnut Creek. And 4 errors in a tie ball game. That's 6-6. You got to wonder if that number's maybe only 1 or 2. Or better yet, 0. They're probably winning this game, as one of the runs that was surrendered was unearned earlier. A 1-0 pitch to Gallagher. This misses low. Donnelly holds on to that one. Count 2-0. But a runner on second in scoring position. It's Tucker McEnroe. Been to second already once tonight via the double. And another time after the batter after him was walked. So he's been on second a couple of times. Here's a fastball that bounces up to Donnelly, and he was able to pick it off the bounce. A little frustration maybe throwing the ball back over to the pitcher, Higdon. And after Higdon gets Jacob Wees looking, the leadoff batter here in the bottom of the 7th, gives up the infield single to Tucker. Tucker McEnroe, that is. And then the errant throw from the catcher Donnelly over to Duroff at first, trying to backpick Tucker McEnroe. Gets away from Duroff. Was too far out there for him to dive out and try to keep. It ends up in right field, and McEnroe on second now. So the errors for the Crawdads have been the story of the game, at least in this broadcaster's opinion, this commentator's opinion. That 4 errors, that is what is separating maybe a tie ball game into a game that the Crawdads are ahead of. Gallagher so far is 0 for 2. He did walk in the second. On deck is the right fielder Duffalo. There's 1 out on the board. The 3-0 pitch, need a strike here. There it is. Went off speed, did Higdon. After manager Brand Cummings went out and had a few words with him, just trying to give some encouragement to his young right-handed pitcher. 3 balls and 1 strike. Higdon checks back at second on McEnroe and delivers here, but curveball that misses low. And Gallagher draws the walk, his second walk tonight. And here comes Duffalo. Dakota Duffalo played right field so far tonight for Sonoma. Went deep in the fourth. And now 2 runners on with only 1 away. Double play is set up. Gonna have to induce a ground ball here. There's a good pitch. Outside corner, low. And that is strike 1. The 0-1 pitch. McEnroe just off of second. And here's a curveball that's check swung on. It bounces, and Donnelly throws it over the third baseman, Ellis's head, trying to gun down McEnroe, sliding into third, and it goes into right field, and McEnroe jogs home. Another unforced error there. That is error number 5. Couple on Donnelly tonight. Couple of errant throws to the corners. And it is just tough. You just get back into this game by tying it up with a huge top of the 7th, and you give up a cheapie with a mistake instead of maybe just holding on to the ball. Sonoma now leads 7-6. The 1-1 pitch is a ball that misses inside. Good fastball there from Higdon. Just couldn't get it on target. But not a bad area to miss, especially against a guy who's already gone deep once tonight. 2 balls and 1 strike. This pitch is fouled off the handle area of the bat, and that lands in the parking lot. And the count even at 2-2. So McEnroe comes around to score. Gallagher's now at second with 1 away here, the bottom of the 7th. Crawdads have not had a shutdown inning since the 3rd. That's the last inning where they did not give up a run. 2-2 pitch is a curveball that is hammered to left, but it's going to hang up for the left fielder, Brome, and Ryan able to squeeze it, get it back in. Gallagher's going to have to stay at second, and that's out number 2. Have to be very wary of those elevated baseballs out to left field, as it is just so close. And it's just a very short area of the ballpark. Here's Mikey Bell after the flyout. Bell struck out in his last plate appearance in the 5th. And he pops this up high, but this is going to land on top of the cage of the Stompers bullpen. And that is indeed where it lands and trickles on down into the bullpen. And now it's thrown back into the field of play. Count 0-1. Good job by Higdon to get ahead here. So he's going to try to strand Gallagher over at second after McEnroe advanced to second on a wild throw over to first and then scored after a wild throw to third. Here's a fastball that misses high, and the count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. 8th inning going to be crucial to Walnut Creek. And if the bats stay hot, they can put up another crooked number, but they're down by 1 right now, 7-6. This pitch is fouled away, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Completely dark out here now in Sonoma. See the silhouette of the foothills. A little bit of sunlight left, but the light's on, and we are covered in night. Decent crowd here at Arnold Field tonight. 1-2 pitch. This misses. A curveball that didn't stay in and dip low enough. And the 2-2 pitch from Higdon after he takes a check on Gallagher, and he blows a fastball right by Mikey Bell. So Higdon able to get out of the top of the 8th. Check that, the bottom of the 7th. Top of the 8th coming up, but Higdon does unfortunately have to see the 1 run be scored because of some defensive errors, some throwing errors by the Crawdads. It is 7-6. That is how McEnroe scored. He advanced over to second on a wild throw from Donnelly over to first and then was able to score after attempting a steal of third, and then a throw over to third that got by Ryan Ellis, and he was able to jog on home. And that's why it's 7-6 now. The Crawdads have committed 5 errors, but they are still in this ball game, just trailing by a run. Top of the 8th coming up when we return on the Crawdads streaming network. Back here in Sonoma, last 2 innings coming up. Top of the 8th, about to get started. Crawdads down by a run. It is 7-6. They have shown some really good fight. Some of the unforced errors have really hurt them. And here is Jude Putz. First pitch to Putz is a fastball that gets by him. He swung at it. He's not able to connect. The count 0-1. This pitch misses low, and there's a new pitcher on the mound for Sonoma. Is number 22, Brady Rutan from Sacramento Community College. 6'2" right-hander. McInerney's evening was rather short. And a good fastball gets Putz swinging again, and the count 1-2. One-two pitch on the way here from Rutan. And Putz able to stay alive. Just foul this away, and the count will hold 1-2. Crawdads scored 3 in the 5th and 3 in the 7th. Meanwhile, Sonoma has scored their runs in the 2nd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th innings. The only crooked number they put up was 3 in the 4th. This pitch is fouled back as well, so fouled away once again. Putt stays alive. Ball game just coming up on 3 hours here when this next pitch is thrown. And the delivery is a fastball that misses high and inside. The count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Crawdads Putz in the box right now. Then it'll be Coleman Schmidt and Brian DeRoff. This pitch fouled away. Putz really fighting here. And forcing the pitcher to throw quite a few pitches, and I'm sure Brady Rutan wants to get this over with. This pitch is hit high in the air, but into shallow right field, and making the play on it is Dakota Duffalo for out number 1. Here is Coleman Schmidt. So far this season, with that last out, Rutan has thrown 2 1/3 innings. He's given up just 1 hit and 1 run. Struck out 5. Putz was the 9th man he's faced all season. Here is Coleman Schmidt. Schmidt struck out in the 6th in his last plate appearance. He walked in the 5th and had a single in the 3rd, popped out in the 1st. First pitch here to Schmidt. It's down the pipe for strike number 1. 1 for 4 night so far. Or 1 for 3 night, rather, for Schmidt, and had the walk in the 5th. The 0-1 is golfed at in the dirt. And quickly ahead here is Rutan. Count is 0-2. On deck is Brady Rutan. And in the hole is Ryan Ellis. Crawdads have fought so hard to get back into this game. 0-2 pitch. This misses high and inside, and the count 1-2. Pitch fastball there, not on target. But they fought very hard to tie it up, and then fortunately the lead surrendered almost immediately. The 1-2 pitch, this bounces up to the catcher. There's a breaking ball that Rutan couldn't quite control. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch is hit into left field, and that will get down for a hit. Hit right in that no man's land, just in front of the left fielder, Tucker McEnroe, and quite a bit behind the shortstop, obviously. A little Texas leaguer. Well, that is a hit. That is a good sign for Walnut Creek, and here is Brady Rutan. After Schmidt is able to record his 2nd hit of the night. Rutan had a 2 RBI single back in the 5th, and he hits this, kind of jams him a little bit. It's fielded by the second baseman. 4-6-3, it's a double play. Surprised they were able to turn it that quickly. Handren was able to just play it off the 1 hop, get it over to Bell, and then Bell did the rest, firing it over to first, and Kopp able to keep his toe on the bag. And 4-6-3. That's the way it's scored. And that ends the top of the 8th. So it's still 7-6. Unfortunate for the Crawdads is maybe a little momentum building there with Schmidt's single. Well, bottom of the 8th coming up. Crawdads looking to keep it a 1-run game and try to make the comeback bid in the 9th. We'll see what happens when we return. You are listening to Crawdads Baseball on the Crawdads Streaming Network. Still Seth Higdon on the mound, bottom of the 8th. First pitch from Higdon here. Misses high. To Rabin, it's 9-1 and 2 for the Stompers. Rabin, Castillo, and then Handren. The 1-0 pitch misses. A count 2-0. Crawdads have employed 3 bullpen arms tonight. 2-0 pitch. That's in there for a strike on the inner half. Count 2-1. Fleming was the starter tonight. He went 3 1/3. Gave up 4 hits and 4 runs. 3 of them earned. Struck out 3, walked 3. 2-1 pitch. This is a fastball that's high. A little bit of a close shave there to the batter, Rabin. And Perkins came in for an inning and 2/3. Gave up a run. Struck out 2. Then it was Nordell who gave up a run. And now it is Higdon. Seth fires a fastball that is fouled back by Rabin into the netting. And it is now 3 balls and 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter, Rabin. Rabin struck out in the 6th. He walked in the 4th. And advanced on a E6 earlier. This was a short little hop over to the first baseman, Duroff, who throws to the covering pitcher, Higdon, for out number 1. Kind of a slow developing play there. Rabin didn't really get out of the box all that fast, but Brian Duroff kind of had to wait on that ball to get to him. But a good job of covering first base by Seth Higdon for the first out. There is Jackson Castillo, who takes the first pitch for strike number 1 around the knees, and the count 0-1 with 1 away. Crawdads trail by 1. It is 7-6 Stompers. The 0-1 pitch is a curveball that Castillo does not offer at, and the count even 1-1. For the Stompers, they've employed a number of bullpen arms as well. Rutan being the most recent. The 1-1 pitch is a good breaker. That is swung on and missed, and the count 1-2. Daniel Smith was the starter. Then it was Hayden Cruz, Connor Charpio, Christian McInerney, and then it is now Brady Rutan. 5 arms for Sonoma. The 1-2 pitch is a fastball that misses high, about a few inches above the letters. Smith was able to go 4 innings, punch 5 out, did give up 1 run. This pitch is good for strike number 3. A good fastball there. As Castillo is retired on the backwards K. Rabin taking care of 3-1, then the backwards K of Castillo, and here's Handren, who promptly flies this out into shallow left field, and who's going to make the play on it? It's going to be the left fielder, Grohn, was able to squeeze it. And Ryan makes sure that it stays within his mitt, and that is out number 3. So the Crawdads have 3 outs here. Try to tie it or take the lead after 8 innings. So the top of the 9th, in just a few short moments, it is 7-6. The Crawdads have fought so hard tonight, and we'll see if they can potentially tie it up and maybe close the deal in the 9th inning. We'll be right back with more Crawdads baseball. 1-run ball game, 7-6 Stompers here on the Crawdads streaming network.
Now pitching for Sonoma, number 4.
Top of the ninth in Sonoma at Arnold Field. Crawdads trailing by 1 at 7-6. Closer tonight is going to be Castellucci. Well, Max Castellucci on the mound for Sonoma. 6-foot righty from Sacramento Community College out of Justin Siena High School in Napa. His last appearance was on June 3rd against the West Coast Kings in a 9-1 win. He pitched an inning and a third, struck out 1, faced 4. First pitch is fouled away by Ryan Ellis, right near my broadcast table, so apologize if that was a little extra loud. The count 0-1. It's Ellis, then Krieg, and Ryan Grohn. Crawdads trailing by just the 1 run. Tied it up 6-6 earlier. And this ball is smashed, just punched out into right field. Very hard hit. Line drive, and that'll be a leadoff single, and that's just what the doctor ordered for Walnut Creek. A good job leading off there by the third baseman, Ellis. And here is Jacob Krieg, the designated hitter, who doubled in the 7th. Hit a very, very deep double. I mean, it's 435 in the center. Most other ballparks, that baby is gone. You're not going to see that ball again. Pitcher's going for a new ball. Not here, where it's 435. Here's a breaking ball from Castellucci that stays up, and the count 1-0. And Castillo immediately on that last hit ball by Krieg earlier in the game, that double. He turned around and he knew he's going to have to hustle for it and dig it out. This pitch misses low, and the count 2-0. Jacob Krieg in control here, ahead, 2 balls, no strikes with nobody out. And Ryan Ellis, the tying run over on first. And Krieg, obviously, the go-ahead run with the kind of power he has at home. The 2-0 pitch to the righty Krieg from the righty Castellucci. Ellis takes off for second, and he will make it in clean. Good attempt on the throw from Jack Gallagher, but it did one hop over to the second baseman, Handren. A good steal, good aggressive base running there by Ryan Ellis. Crawdads have tried to be very aggressive tonight. Hasn't always worked, but it worked right there, and now the tying run is in scoring position. 3-0 pitch, this misses low, and now first and second base are both occupied. 3-0 misses, it's a 4-pitch walk to Jacob Krieg. And here is Ryan Broom. Looks like there's going to be short powwow on the mound here, a little conference. As the pitching coach, Nunez, is out there talking to Castellucci. And Brant Cummings is also talking to his players who are on the field and just probably telling them, let's not run into any outs. If we hit the ball hard, just make sure you can track it. Try to get a good jump as you can without being too risky or too dangerous. And Walnut Creek looks pretty confident here as they have 2 runners on, 1 at first, 1 at second with nobody out, and tying run at second, obviously. Go-ahead run at first. Ellis at second by way of the stolen base. Hit a hard hit single to right. Slid into second, stole it, and then Krieg drew a walk. Now here is Ryan Brohm, the left-handed batsman. He's playing left field tonight. He has a couple of hits and an RBI. Walk in the 4th, popped out in the 7th. The first pitch to Brohm is in there for strike number 1. Count 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, here it is. That's in there for strike number 2. So a couple of good pitches back-to-back there from Castellucci after the pep talk from his pitching coach. Crawdads with runners on first and second, down by a run, 7-6. This pitch is a fastball that misses high above the letters, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. On deck, Matt King. This pitch swung on and missed. And Ryan Brome is retired for out number 1 here in the top of the 9th. Crawdads still have a chance at this. So good off-speed pitch there from Castillo for the first out. There's the shortstop, Matt King. He had a big homer in the 7th. That was the second homer in the 7th. The other was from Ryan Ellis, who's over at second now. Crawdads going to try to keep this going. Righty against righty here. After the lefty versus righty matchup did not go Walnut Creek's way. Top of the 9th, Crawdads with 10 hits now. Just got to get some more runs. And this ball is hit hard into center, but right at Jackson Castillo. Ellis will not tag up from second, and now the Crawdads down to their last out. Good pitch to hit there from Matt King. Just got under it a little bit. He flies out to center, and Jack Donnelly, or Joey Donnelly rather, Jack Gallagher, the catcher for the Stompers, Joey Donnelly for the Crawdads. And Donnelly is the last chance for Walnut Creek tonight. Donnelly has to figure out a way to get on base. First pitch to Donnelly, and he rips this into right field. And Ellis is going to round third, and he's coming home. The throw is nowhere near the cutoff man and rolls all the way to third base. And the Crawdads have tied it up off the bat of Joey Donnelly with an RBI single into right. And now runners at the corners as Krieg advances all the way to third from first. Oh, it's tied again. Here is Jack Ben Shoshin with runners on the corners. First pitch to Ben Shoshin, and he hits this hard into the gap in left field. However, a diving catch made by Tucker McEnroe that took away a run, and that would have been the go-ahead run. But the Crawdads tie it up, bottom of the 9th coming up. The Crawdads staying alive. Some good hard hit balls here, some very good contact made tonight by Walnut Creek. Just some really nice defensive plays and some good positioning by Sonoma. But it is 7-7, so 7 up heading in to the bottom of the 9th. We'll see who the person on the mound is for the Crawdads when we return. Bottom of the 9th. New man on the mound for the Crawdads is the righty Devin Susky, 6'2" senior from Occidental, making his first appearance this summer. And we'll see if the man out of Occidental can get us into extra innings here. Plenty of light, plenty of power here. Beautiful lights around the field, so we can go all night long in Sonoma, baby. So we'll see if Susky has the good stuff tonight. The Crawdads did a really good job of getting that tying run in the top of the ninth and nearly took the lead on a screamer hit by Jack Ben-Shoshan. However, a beautiful diving catch made by Tucker McEnroe in left field, left center that is. And that has preserved the game at a tie score here in the bottom of the ninth. It'll be David Kopp, then Jacob Weiss, and Tucker McEnroe, 3, 4, 5 for the Stompers. Righty against righty. The pitch from Susky. It's a fastball that misses. Count 1-0. Crawdads looking to put up a second consecutive scoreless inning defensively here. The 1-0 pitch. That's checked on, but it is a strike anyway. No swing, but it was in the zone, so a good fastball there. Count 1-1. The 1-1 pitch from Susky as he leans in. Readies. Kicks, and here it is. A breaking ball that misses low, and the count 2-1. The 2-1 pitch on the way soon here. And there it is, a good fastball, just gets Kopp swinging. The count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. A very back and forth ball game tonight here in Sonoma at Arnold Field. Crawdads' first ever trip up here. And Sonoma's inaugural season in the CCL. The 2-2 pitch from Susky, and that misses low. And the count runs full. But I'm sure the Stompers know that they can draw here, and they have fans here tonight, obviously. Really nice facility to play ball at for the summer. They probably have seen the success of places like Lincoln or Healdsburg and want to go after that in the CCL as well. This pitch fouled away. 3-2 pitch, and obviously that's what the Crawdads are trying to build as well. It's just been a little tough with the renovations going on at St. Mary's, so we're not there this year. And instead the team is in Danville, which is nice in a lot of ways. A lot of community events there. People very passionate about going to local events, so that's very good for Walnut Creek. The 3-2 pitch, and this is hit high and foul, playable possibly, and running out of real estate is Brian Duroff, as that was popped up down the right field line and eventually lands in the Stomper bullpen. So the count remains full at 3-2. Crawdads have scored their runs in the 5th and the 7th and the 9th. The 5th and the 7th, both 3 runs each. And the 9th, the all-important tying run. 3-2 pitch here is swung on and missed as Kopp cannot catch up to a good high fastball from Susky. A good job out of the pen immediately and some high leverage baseball for Susky out of Occidental College. A good pitch there by Devin. So he readjusts to tie the shoe. Susky, the 6th pitcher employed tonight by Walnut Creek. Pitch here is a fastball in the inner half, about knee high for strike number 1 to the designated hitter, Jacob Weiss. Weiss is 0 for 4 tonight. The 0-1 pitch, there's a beautiful breaker that floats in there, and the count 0-2, and Susky is in total control. The The 0-2 on the way from Devin, and here it is. This misses just high. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes with 1 away here in the bottom of the 9th. Game 7-7. Crawdads have collected quite a few hits tonight. They have 11 hits to go with their 7 runs. The 5 errors, that's why this game is tied. The errors have really hurt Walnut Creek tonight. The 1-2 pitch is a curveball that bounces away from Donnelly, and the count even at 2-2. On deck is Tucker McEnroe. He's had a great game tonight. 3 for 4. Did strike out once. 2-2 on the way from Susky. And that is in there for strike number 3. Froze him. And Jacob Weiss has to go take the walk of shame back to the Stomper dugout. And there's 2 away. Back-to-back punch-outs for Devin Susky. 1 swinging, 1 looking. And we'll see what Tucker McEnroe's fate is here. McEnroe has been a tough out tonight. First pitch to McEnroe is a fastball, the inner half for strike number 1. Susky going right after him, not wasting any time. He knows McEnroe can swing the lumber. He don't want to get cute with him. He just wants to strike him out. The 0-1 pitch is a beautiful curveball that swung on and missed. Speeding him up, slowing him down, moving it in and moving it out. That is what Devin is doing right now. And he's about to try to get this to extra innings with 1 more strike. Susky readies, kicks the leg and fires, and this is a pitch that misses low and away. Possibly trying to get McEnroe to go way out of the zone there. The righty McEnroe does not oblige on the count 1-2. The 1-2 pitch from Susky is swung on and missed. A beautiful high fastball. And Susky strikes out the side, and he is pumped up, and so are the rest of the Crawdads right now. And that is what they needed after tying the ball game up in the top of the 9th. We're going to extra innings, baby. We got free baseball here in Sonoma. A little bit more tonight. When we come back for the top of the 10th, it is 7-7. The Crawdads are still here, and they're still fighting, trying to get this win in Sonoma. More baseball on the other side here on the Crawdads Streaming Network. Top of the 10th, extra innings. It's going to be Jude Putz leading off, then Coleman Schmidt and Brian DeRoff. Castellucci still on the mound for Sonoma. There is the ghost runner on second. Interesting to see that rule come here to the CCL. Already a runner in scoring position. Man on second is Jack Ben-Shoshan as Putz shows bunt and a fastball very high that Putz had to duck out of the way of from Castellucci, in the count 1-0. This is extra runner rule. Well, in summer ball, I guess it does make sense. You don't want these guys playing forever. They play a real high volume of games in a very short amount of time. The 1-0 pitch, showing bunt is Putz. This ball gets away from the catcher, Gallagher, and advancing to third is Jack Ben-Shoshan. The count 2-0. Now, Putz is in the driver's seat. He's just looking to put this ball in play. We'll see what Max Castellucci has for Jude. Castellucci does have a good fastball. Castellucci does. And here he sends the fastball. This is flared into shallow left. And is it deep enough to score the run? Here comes Ben-Shoshan all the way home. The throw from McEnroe not in time, and the Crawdads take the lead. It is 8-7. That ball not hit awfully deep. What a good job tagging up and hustling home by Jack Ben-Shoshan, and deep enough to score the run that gives Walnut Creek the lead. It is 8-7. And here comes Coleman Schmidt. A sac fly RBI. And this time the wild pitch came back to bite the Stompers, as that is how Ben-Shoshan made it over to third. Didn't have to waste an out bunting him over. First pitch misses. Second pitch, here it is. This misses as well. The count 2-0. Castellucci giving up 2 runs now. The tying run and now the go-ahead run. The Crawdads going to try to add to this. It is very tough to hold a 1-run lead when the ghost runner is in play. And this ball, did it hit the batter Schmidt? No, it didn't. It sounded like it did. It must have just hit the jersey possibly, because it did hear a brushing sound there. Hopefully the mics picked it up as well so you could hear what it sounded like. It did not hit a pad, though. So the count 3-0. The 3-0 pitch from Castellucci. This is way too low, and that's a walk. Schmidt is over at first now after the 4-pitch walk. And here comes Brian Duroff. Got a 2 RBI single, a big one in that 3-run 5th inning. He walked in the 7th. Unfortunately, batted into a 4-6-3 inning-ending double play in the 8th. Crawdads have done a very good job of storming back, staying in this game, staying confident, just staying up the entire time, and not getting down on themselves even when they were down 4, and once again when they were down 6-3 at one point. There's going to be a new pitcher for the Sonoma Stompers. It's going to be Daniel Moorhead from Youngstown State University. He's a freshman over there, 6'1" lefty. Well, the night is over for Max Castellucci. Wonder how many more arms they have to throw out here. Moorhead, a local to Santa Rosa, California. So far, he's thrown 2 2/3 innings, given up 2 hits, walked 2 as well, but has struck out 4. He's faced 14. That was all in his only appearance on June 3rd against the West Coast Kings, a 9-1 win for Sonoma. So the ERA perfect for Moorhead so far. And the first batsman he'll have to deal with is Brian Duroff. So it'll be a lefty versus a righty here. And then on deck, Ryan Ellis. So Jude Putz with the sacrifice fly RBI that was able to score Jack Ben-Shoshan from third. The reason Ben-Shoshan was able to get over to third was because of a wild pitch. And Donnelly could not check that. Gallagher, rather. Donnelly catching for the Crawdads tonight, but that Jack Gallagher could not get a hold of. So the warm-up pitch is almost done here for Daniel Moorhead. And we're even running out of room in the scorebook tonight with the amount of pitchers that are in the game. Crawdads starter was Ryan Fleming, then it was Mark Perkins who came in, Nordell, Seth Higdon, and now it's Devin Susky rather. And the starter tonight for Sonoma, which, boy, it seems like a long time ago. We've been here for well over 3 hours, possibly getting into that 4-hour territory depending on how the bottom of the 10th goes. But Daniel Smith was the starter. He was able to pitch 4 innings. Then Hayden Cruz came in. Then Connor Charpio, McInerney, Rutan, Castellucci, and now Moorhead. 7 pitchers so far for Sonoma. Schmidt just off of first. And the first pitch on the way from Moorhead here to Duroff. And a check swing and no swing. The pitch was low outside, and Duroff did a good job of holding back. As the Crawdads have a 1-run lead, 8-7 here in Sonoma. There's a good breaking ball, a good slider from Moorhead for a strike. Duroff does not offer at it. And the count, 1 ball and 1 strike with 1 away and a runner on first. The 1-1 was swung on and missed. And the count 1-2. Hat flies off there of the curly-haired Daniel Moorhead. Curly-haired, rather. Schmidt with a small lead off of first. And Moorhead delivers, and this misses inside, and the count evens up at 2-2. I believe we'll see Devin Susky go the rest of the way for the Crawdads. He will definitely pitch the bottom of the 10th because he struck out the side in the bottom of the 9th. And that really juiced the Crawdads' dugout up. But things have gotten a little quiet here in Sonoma. Stompers fans not as vociferous as they were earlier as this pitch misses high and outside, and the count runs full 3-2. Crawdads just trying to keep this thing going here in the top of the 10th and maybe get an insurance run, make it 9-7. They currently lead 8-7. Lazy pickoff move over to first, just an easy throw. Just making sure that Schmidt doesn't get too far off the bag. And resetting now is Daniel Moorhead. In the 8th, Duroff batted into an inning-ending double play, and there's a fastball that looked inside. Called a strike. Duroff shaking his head, not in love with that call, but he is punched out looking. And interesting because we've seen that pitch go either way tonight, and Duroff not happy with that as he is punched out looking on what definitely appeared to me from my angle as a ball inside. Here comes Ryan Ellis, and taking off is Coleman Schmidt, and he slides into second. He's safe. Beats the throw of Gallagher, which eventually evades the shortstop, Mikey Bell. A good steal there by Schmitty. And a count 1-0. So a ball, then a stolen base on the same play. And the Crawdads have the insurance run over at second. And I thought Brian Duroff employed a pretty good eye tonight. He drew a walk in the 7th, and he lined a few balls up in the 3rd and the 5th. The 1-0, here it is. This misses low, and it gets away from Gallagher. And Schmidt's going to advance all the way to 3rd. That ball was in the dirt. Count 2-0 with 2 away. And the 9th run for the Crawdads just standing off of 3rd base right now. All it's going to take is something to find a hole here, whether it's right back up the middle. And, boy, there is a lot of room there. The shortstop Bell and Hendren very far apart. Swing and a miss there. Good pitch from Moorhead. Off speed. Count 2-1, but the shortstop Bell playing at the usual shortstop spot, but the second baseman Hendren a little bit shaded to the right of second base, so a lot of room back up the middle. 2-1 on the way from Moorhead. Here it is. A slow breaker that bends in to the zone for strike number 2. Count is even 2-2. I think the approach here is Ryan's going after a fastball. Smashed a massive 2-run home run in the 7th. That was part of a 3-run top of the 7th for the Crawdads. The 2-2 pitch. This is hit hard, and it gets away from the second baseman, Hendren, who attempts to throw out the batter, Ryan Ellis, at first, and a huge collision. The run will score. The final ruling is that Ellis is safe. There was a massive collision there between Ellis and the first baseman, David Kopp. But that was over on the ground. Hendren was in perfect position. It was just hit hard enough to where it kind of squirted away from him, and he had a tough time handling it. And that's an RBI there for the Crawdads, and it is now 9-7. They took the lead 8-7 this inning, and now the insurance run, and it's a 2-run lead for Walnut Creek. The first time they've led all night tonight has been here in this top of the 10th. Mostly been trailing the entire game until tying it up. And now taking the lead here. And there's a conference going on about possibly what happened on that last play. So the ball was hit hard. Hendren scooped it up and then tried to toss it over to first base. And Kopp was on the bag, but then there was a collision of sorts, and the ball got away from Kopp. And they're going to say that Ellis had the path to the bag, and the Kopp was in his way. So you're going to say he is safe. And indeed, that'll be an RBI for Ryan Ellis, and the Crawdads have a 2-run lead. Pickoff move over to first. Ellis back in safely, so a 3 RBI night for Ryan Ellis. Huge night for him. 3 of the 9 runs for the Walnut Creek third baseman. First pitch to Jacob Krieg. Krieg takes. It's outside, and the count 1-0. Righty Krieg battling it out with the left-handed pitcher Daniel Moorhead. And this back end of the bullpen has not done the Stompers any favors, as Walnut Creek has been able to come back and now have the lead. This pitch misses outside, a fastball. And the count 2-0. Crowd trying to get back into it here. Some have left, but the hardcore Stomper heads have stayed. And the 2-0 pitch from Moorhead. This misses inside, leaning out of the way. There's Krieg, the designated hitter. And let's see if he has the green light here on 3-0. Might find a cookie right down the middle. Have to be very careful here if you're Daniel Moorhead pitching to a guy like Krieg who has a lot of power. Here's this pitch. Floats in there for a strike. Count 3-1. And the hat flies off of Moorhead again. Now, there was a game last summer where, forget which team it was, but the hat, almost every pitch came off the pitcher's head. And I just wonder, how comfortable can that be? You have to constantly bend over and exert energy to pick up that hat. The 3-1 pitch to Krieg, he takes, and it's a walk. So on 3-1, Krieg does not go after the pitch outside of the zone, high and outside of the zone. And the Crawdads have another runner in scoring position, and they have a chance to score another run. Runner on first, runner on second. Krieg now at first after the walk. And Ryan Ellis just off of second with Ryan Brome in the batter's box, lefty against lefty. First pitch to Brome is a curveball that misses low. Count 1-0. Brome struck out in the 9th, popped out in the 7th, had an RBI single in the 5th, had a hit in the 2nd, and walked in the 4th. A little bit of everything for Ryan Brome. Brome goes after this pitch, cannot connect solidly. It's fouled back, so 2 for 4 night for Brome. Has a chance to make it 3 for 5 and collect an RBI or two here. He's got 6 RBIs so far on the season. Came in batting .400. The pitch, the 1-1, and Brome has to lean out of the way. And the count 2 balls and 1 strike with 2 away. On deck, Matt King. Here in Sonoma. Still beautiful weather outside. Short sleeves and shorts kind of weather, and this ball drills Brome right in the shoulder. He's a little angry about that. That was 2 straight fastballs during that sequence that came in, and Brome had to get out of the way. So the bases are loaded. After Brome is hit by a pitch, he looks like he's all right, no worse for wear. I'm sure he's stinging a little bit. But here is Matt King, the shortstop. Righty-lefty matchup once again. And here comes the pitching coach, Nunez. And I don't think they want to get too many more arms going in the bullpen. That bullpen for the Stompers is looking pretty scarce now. No one's getting up to warm up, so this is just conversation here about what Moorhead needs to do to get out of the inning, and it's no surprise to whoever's listening or watching the game live. He just needs to throw strikes, and that's been very hard. And the Crawdads have a 9-7 lead. They're up by 2, able to get the go-ahead run. And then the insurance run here as well. Stompers at one point were up 4-0, then again 6-3. Crawdads just kept battling back, and top of the 9th, they tied it up, and they've scored 3 runs now between the top of the 9th and the top of the 10th. So, indeed, Daniel Moorhead's going to stay out there. No one getting up to warm up in the Stomper bullpen. It's kind of a long top of the 10th. I wonder if that is going to affect Devin Susky at all when he comes back in for the Crawdads, if he comes back in. I assume he will. Crawdads don't really have anybody getting ready. This pitch misses outside. Good eye shown there by Matt King. King walked earlier. This ball misses outside. I checked that. I mean, Krieg walked earlier. King's right next to him in the scorebook. King did have a solo home run in the 7th. That was the one to left field that just kept carrying. The 2-0 pitch. This misses low and inside. And the count is now 3-0. The bases are loaded. There's nowhere to put King. He might as well just take a bunch of pitches here and see if he can get the free pass and another run for Walnut Creek. Off of first is Brome. At second is Krieg. And Ryan Ellis at third. The 3-0 pitch. That's in there for a strike. Count 3-1. And now it's decision time for Matt King. Does he want to be aggressive here or possibly risk this getting to a full count? And the 3-1. This misses, and the run is walked in. Ellis will jog on home after the walk from Moorhead. Kind of an interesting sound effect. The OMG sound effect played after a runner is walked in. At home, too. I mean, that's an interesting sound effect to play while your bullpen arm, your guy who's trying to keep things going, is struggling out there now in the top of the 10th. But not my ballpark. And the Crawdads have scored 3 now in the top of the 10th, and the bases are still loaded after a run was walked in. First pitch in there for a strike, and that's just what Moorhead needed. As he's looking to get out number 3, and he's hoping to get Sonoma in with no more than a 3-run deficit into the bottom of the 10th. This pitch swung on and missed. Big swing there by Donnelly. Donnelly had the RBI single, which tied things up in the 9th. He was hit by a pitch in the 7th. A few guys hit by pitches tonight for Walnut Creek. But he's down 0-2 here to Moorhead. Moorhead fires. And Donnelly checks, but that's in the zone. And that is strike 3. But the Crawdads are able to score 3 runs in the top of the 10th and take a 10-7 lead. And now it'll be up to Walnut Creek to shut things down here in the bottom of the 10th and get back to Danville and to Walnut Creek with a win. We'll be back with the bottom of the 10th here on the Crawdads Streaming Network. Bottom of the 10th, it's still going to be Devin Susky on the mound, so he's going to be the man try to close this down and get the win here for the Crawdads. After the Crawdads were able to score 3 runs in the top of the 10th, showing some good plate discipline, not going after anything out of the zone really, and able to capitalize, first scoring the ghost runner Jack Ben-Shoshin, and that was via the Jude Putz sac fly RBI. And Schmidt was able to get on base via the walk. Ellis had an RBI single. Krieg walked. Grohn was hit by a pitch. And Matt King drew a walk as well, which got a run in. So 3 runs in the top of the 10th. And Sonoma has their work cut out for them, especially after Susky just mowed down the first 3 hitters he faced in the bottom of the 9th. He struck out Kopp swinging, then got Weiss looking. And then Tucker McEnroe, who has been the toughest out all night for the Crawdads, to record that out, he strikes out swinging too. So 3 straight strikeouts in the top of the 9th for Devin Susky. And we'll see if he does more of the same here. Last year the Crawdads had a very good closer in Ty Atkins, who would come in and just mow guys down. But I can't remember a time where a guy comes in a game like this with this much pressure score-wise. Obviously, it's summer ball, so it's not the same as collegiate, but and just come in and be authoritative and throw strikes to guys who have been tough outs all night. So Susky is going to have to face Jack Gallagher. Then it's going to be Dakota Duffalo and Mikey Bell, 6, 7, 8 for Sonoma. A 10-7 lead here at Arnold Field for the visiting Crawdads. And the second half of the game has been theirs. The runner on second is McEnroe. We are in extra innings. That is the rule. First pitch is a good fastball that just speeds on by Gallagher, who cannot catch up to it. All righty, Gallagher saw that. It was a high fastball, kind of lit his eyes up, and he went right after it and kind of had a grin after as he spun around, maybe thinking, I shouldn't have gone after that pitch. And the count 0-1, and Susky bringing it. Looking back to second, and Devin delivers, and this is a bouncer. But Donnelly able to block it. And McEnroe has to stay at second instead of get over to third the way Ben Shoshin maybe did earlier. 1 ball and 1 strike. Gallagher walked back in the 7th in his last plate appearance. Here's a fastball that is just a bit inside, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Gallagher also struck out in the 5th, flew out to right in the 4th, and walked in the 2nd. He's still looking for his first hit tonight. 0 for 2. The 2-1 from Susky. Swung on and missed. Just pumping it by him is Devin. And the count 2-2. You can see the dirt flying off the mitt of Donnelly when this ball is fired by Susky. I mean, he is really popping the glove. Yeah, it's been fireworks for the young pitcher in the top of the 9th, or the bottom of the 9th, and now the bottom of the 10th. Here's a fastball that misses way high, and the count will run full. Payoff pitch on the way from Susky. Looks back at McEnroe at second. Looks again, double take. And fires, and another strikeout. That's 4 strikeouts in a row for Devin Susky out of the bullpen. 3 in the bottom of the 9th. Now 1 here in the bottom of the 10th. Susky is having his way. Here is Dakota Duffalo. And the righty Duffalo sees the first pitch and takes it. Misses low. It was a breaking ball. Curveball. Count 1-0. Susky, the 6'2" righty. El Dorado Hills, just dealing. The 1-0 pitch from Susky. Here's a fastball just a bit high. It was belt high. It was framed a bit high as well. Doesn't get the call. Seen some of those pitches taken for strikes. Some have been called balls, but not that time. Susky sets. And the 2-ball pitch is in there for a strike. Susky gets on the board. Strike 1. Count 2-1. Of course, McEnroe still over at second. They haven't been able to advance him. Stompers elected to go the other way and try to put the ball in play with a hard hit ball, whereas Putz, when he was up in the top half of the 10th with Ben Shoshin at second, he showed bunt for the first 2 pitches. The 2-1, here it is. There's a curveball in the zone. And that's just a beautiful bender there. And the count 2-2. And Susky just a strike away from getting his 5th straight strikeout here. The man is on fire. He slowed him down with the curve there. Let's see if he just speeds him up here. Susky bends down, looks in, and motions out to second baseman, maybe to take a few steps back. Putz obliges. And see if the fastball is here. No, it's just a breaking ball that's hit right back up the middle, and McEnroe rounds third, and he will make it all the way home. A good throw that now gets away from Donnelly, but good job by Susky covering, and that is an RBI double. It is now 10-8. Crawdads still in the lead, but another runner in scoring position. It's interesting to see Susky double up on the breaking ball there. Thought he may have wanted to speed him up. Instead, it was a ball that was a little low, but a good job reaching out and kind of just driving it very low and not that awfully hard, but right up the box, and he was able to drive in a run. A good job by Dakota Duffalo there. An RBI double for Duffalo. And here's Mikey Bell, who has already struck out twice tonight. First pitch to Bell is called for strike one. Bell has one hit so far tonight. That was in the fourth. Otherwise, he is 1 for 4. Added into a 5-3 earlier. That was in the second. The 0-1, this is hit hard, and that's going to get down in the left center gap, and another run will score. And we'll see if it's extra bases again. It is another double, back-to-back RBI doubles for the Stompers, as Mikey Bell sends it on a line into left center, and it's a one-run game. So after Susky struck out 4 straight batters, he's given up back-to-back RBI doubles. Dakota was able to come around and score, and it is now 10-9. Andrew Cummings just jogging out there just to tell him, hey, I'm not taking you out here, unless the wheels completely fall off. Or you can't go anymore because of fatigue of the arm. But I think he's just telling him, look, man, you fan these guys. Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll get out of here with a win. I'm sure that was the message from manager Cummings. So here's the number 9 hitter, Rabin, the Stompers' third baseman. And looking back is Susky. And the big fastball right by Rabin. The count 0-1. The fastball has been just electric with Susky so far this evening. I'd like to see him keep going back to the well there. They are not able to catch up to it. I mean, obviously, you got to slow him down every once in a while, but don't fool around. Just get right to it. We'll see what Devin has here on 0-1. The pitch looked good, possibly a bit outside, and the count 1-1. Susky wanted the call, and you can hear the Crawdads bench kind of shouting about it, wondering why that was not a called strike. So the count, 1 ball and 1 strike with 1 away, but a runner in scoring position. It is the tying run, and that's Mikey Bell at second after back-to-back RBI doubles for the Stompers here in the bottom of the 10th. Crawdads lead 10-9. 1 run, a precious lead. The 1-1 pitch. This is hit, looping into right field, and this game is tied. An RBI single for Rabin. The throw home not in time. And Mikey Bell able to score from second. And after 3 runs put up in the top of the 10th for the Crawdads, the Stompers have matched that here with 3 runs in the bottom of the 10th. And Rabin standing over on first base. So after 4 straight strikeouts in tonight's appearance for Susky, his first of the summer, he gives up an RBI double, which scores McEnroe from second. McEnroe is the ghost runner. And Bell gets an RBI double that scores Dakota Duffalo, and then an RBI single from Rabin. The lineup card turns over, and here's Jackson Castillo. Last plate appearance, he struck out looking, and this ball's hit hard back up the middle and cannot be handled with much grace by Jude Putz. However, he finally does get the glove on it, and he has to just settle for the force out at second. The fielder's choice on the 4 put out there. Just tagging the bag. Jackson Castillo over at first. There are now 2 outs on the scoreboard. And here is Handren, who has put some hard swings on the ball tonight. Line out to center in the 6th. A double back in the 1st. And the first pitch, he goes right after it and fouls it into the cage above the grandstand. And the count 0-1. Castillo has his lead off of first. Suski fires, and it's a fastball that's very high. The count 1 ball and 1 strike. Just the momentum swings tonight have gone both ways. Just when it looks like one team is about to take control, the adversary, the rival, comes back and roars back, and that's been the story here tonight in Sonoma. The 1-1 called a ball, and the count 2-1. Now you can hear the Let's Go Stompers chant going here at Arnold Field. Castillo with his lead off of first. Husky out of the stretch, fires, and that misses just a bit low, and the count 3-1. Susky's sending it there. He's trying to paint it. We'll see what he comes with here on a 3-ball, 1-strike count, looking to get out of the 10th. On deck is David Kopp. The 3-1 from Susky on the way. Is a fastball that misses just above the belt, and that's a walk. Handren at first, Castillo now into scoring position over at second. And here comes the first baseman, David Kopp, who has struck out twice tonight and is still looking for his first hit. It's 0 for 5. And here comes manager Brant Cummings, and he's having a few words with the home plate umpire. I wonder what the conversation is exactly. He's motioning out towards left field, and it looks like that was out towards the bench, and there's a substitution being made right now. It looks like Jack Ben Shoshan's being taken out of the game and right. Ellis is moving over to right field, and then who is coming in to play third? Ben Shoshan looks like he's going to take over on the mound. Well, Jack is going to pitch. Ellis is now over at right, trying to figure out who's coming in to play third. So we'll get this cleared up. When we come back, it's the bottom of the 10th. It's 10-10. The Stompers are threatening right now here in Sonoma, California. More baseball on the Crawdads streaming network in just a few moments. Welcome back to Sonoma, California. Crawdads in a tie ball game here in the bottom of the 10th. The score is 10-10. Crawdads scored 3 in the top of the 10th, led 10-7, and now the Stompers have matched that with 3 runs of their own here. Looked like they were on life support for a little while, but they were able to finally crack Devin Susky. And the new pitcher is Jack Ben Shoshan, who was in right field for the entire game up until now. Ellis is going to move from third out to right, and tonight's designated hitter, Jacob Craig, is now at third base.
So you got all that? You keep that straight? That's what's going on, and that's where we are at this point in the ball game. And I'm sure the Crawdads are hoping that Ben Shoshin is the last pitcher they have to use tonight while also getting out of here with a win. Oh, there is Kopp with 2 away. Handren over at first, Castillo in scoring position at second. And we'll see what Jack has on the mound. It's the first pitching appearance for Ben Shoshin all summer. Played in all 3 games so far for the Crawdads. However, not as a pitcher. Oh, the first pitch from Jack. This is just a little bit high, but good velocity. Saw some position players pitch last year. Probably the most notable was Texas A&M's Trevor Werner. He had some good velocity on his fastball. However, we all know how he's going to make his living when he gets to the big league, and that's putting the ball over the fence and hitting it very, very hard, as he has done since he's recovered from a hamate bone injury for the Aggies. The 1-0 pitch, here it is, swung on and missed. A good fastball there from Jack Ben Shoshin. And the count even at 1-1. So you play the whole game in right field, then you get switched into pitch. And now the mentality probably has to change a little bit. And it is 1-on-1 now, you versus the man in the batter's box. The 1-1 to Kopp. Fastball that misses low and away, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. We've officially played 4 hours and 15 minutes now. It's a very lengthy ball game tonight. Hopefully all the players get some good sleep on the bus on the way home and then are able to get right into bed, as there is a ball game tomorrow at Monte Vista in Danville. The 2-1, here it is. And this misses high, and Ben Shoshin at risk of walking Kopp here and loading the bases. 3-1 pitch. The fastball does have good speed on it, just hasn't been able to place it where he needs to right now. Hasn't been able to find the right quadrant to put it in and to get that called strike from the umpire. The 3-1. Big fastball, belt high, swung through. And now the count is full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Defense shifting now. The infield playing a little bit wider, not holding the runner at second. That is Castillo. The outfield playing straight up. Possibly a little bit deeper in right and left. The 3-2 pitch, that's in there for strike number 3. Kopp doesn't like it, but he's not going to win this argument here. It was a curveball that broke the plate about knee high, and Jack Ben Shoshin gets the Crawdads out of the 10th, and they're still in the ball game. It's tied 10-10. It'll be Ben Shoshin, then Putz, and Schmidt when we return for more baseball. Top of the 11th coming your way here from Sonoma on the Crawdads Streaming Network.
Late night here in Sonoma, California. Extra innings baseball heading into the 11th. And another pitcher for the Stompers. It'll be the righty Aiden Lombardi. Lombardi from Petaluma, 6'1" righty. At 178. Went to Newman High School in Santa Rosa, California. So far, he's made one appearance, has thrown 2 innings, struck out 3, given up a hit. Still that nice, shiny, perfect ERA, all zeros. And it'll be 8, 9, and 1 for the Crawdads, pending any pinch hitters. But it looks like it'll be Ben Shoshin, then Putz, and Schmidt. So Ben Shoshan, who is now the pitcher, as the DH spot has been given up now by the Crawdads, as Krieg is at third. And the first pitch to Ben Shoshan, who shows bunt, trying to move over the runner Donnelly, who's at second. And the pitch is fouled away on the bunt attempt. And in fact, there's a pinch runner for Donnelly. And it is actually Zach Tejero, a returner from last summer. Bunt shown again here. Ben Shoshin gets it down perfectly, and Tejero makes it over to third. So sacrifice bunt to move the runner over, as Ben Shoshin is put out at first. But more importantly, Zach Tejero, who's going to do the rest of the catching tonight, is over at third, and Jude can get him in here with a hit. Infield playing in, very far in. And the first pitch to Putz on the way. But instead, time is called by the pitcher, and he wants to talk to his catcher, Jack Gallagher. So there's one out. But Tejero's over at third. Tejero caught a lot for the Crawdads last summer. Nice to see him back here, and he's going to have to relieve Donnelly of the catching duties, as Donnelly has caught 10 innings tonight. So here's the pitch, and it drills Putz right around the belt on the left hip. Another hit by pitch for the Crawdads. And runners on the corners. Aiden Lombardi has to deal with a runner in scoring position, as well as Putz over at first. Big swing and a miss here from Coleman Schmidt. Schmidt walked in the 10th. Count 0-1. On deck is Brian Duroff. And in the hole is Ryan Ellis. So he's the man standing in the dugout, hoping he gets a chance at it as well. 0-1 pitch is fouled back. Just ticked back here. And the count 0-2. So a long ball game, folks. And got some of the younger Stompers fans here starting to exit the ballpark. And Lombardi taking a very long time staring in. And the pitch, 0-2, and he gets the fastball by Schmidt. He takes a little bit of a glance out there. And Schmidt not happy that he struck out, obviously. Took a long glance at the pitcher, Lombardi, and here's Brian Duroff. Pitch coming from the 6'1 righty, Aiden Lombardi. Here it is, and this is back into the fencing. And Duroff down 0-1 here in the top of the 11th. Sacrifice bunt by Ben Shoshin was able to get Zach Tejero over to third. And a big swing and a miss there from Duroff, and Lombardi is bringing the heat here. Lombardi looking to end the top of the 11th with a strikeout. Crawdads trying to avoid that. And Lombardi has his sign. And here it is. This is fouled high, but very playable. And who's going to call for it? Is it going to be Gallagher? And a comedy of errors there between Gallagher as well as the pitcher Lombardi and David Kopp. I mean, three guys right there. Someone's got to call for the ball. The pitcher's the last guy you want calling for the ball. That's got to be Gallagher's decision. That's a play he can make, and he's made 1,000 times. Just Rain was in neutral there, looking up into the lights, and a little bit indecisive, but still 0-2. We'll see if Duroff can make good on that free gift he just got, and instead he strikes out looking. So a really nice pitch from Lombardi, who then looks back at the Crawdads bench and kind of yells. An interesting way to jack yourself up, but I guess you can do that when you get a strikeout and you'll hold the opponent to no runs in extra innings. So bottom of the 11th, it's still 10-10, bottom of the 11th coming up here. And it looks like Ben Shoshin's going to be on the mound again. Now we'll see if this marathon can just keep on chugging along here. 10-10 ball game, folks, in Sonoma, California. Crawdads baseball coming right back after the short break here on the Crawdads Streaming Network. All right. Batsman in now is Colton Lamonto for Sonoma. Ben Shoshin on the mound. Runner on second. And Tejero, the new catcher. Lamonto shows bunt. It is bunted foul out of play. Up into the caging, and now the ball falls back. Lamonto is in for the designated hitter, Jacob Weiss. David Kopp is the runner over at second. David Kopp. And Ben Shoshin trying to keep this game going. Bunt is shown here, but this just makes its way over the line, down the third base line. And the righty, Lamonto, has two straight bids at a bunt to try to get the runner over, and he is not able. And now he's going to have to swing the bat. It's 0-2. Infield is playing in. Just to reset everything, Ben Shoshin on the mound. He was in right field for almost the entirety of the game. The DH, Krieg, is now at third. And Ellis, who was the third baseman, is in right. And Colt Lamonto, the pinch hitter, is at bat, pinch hitting for Kopp. And Lamonto showing bunt again on 0-2, and the ball is high, and now they got the runner Kopp caught in a pickle, but the shortstop King drops it out of his glove after a good throw from Tejero. They were going to have him caught in a rundown. It probably would have been an out. And instead, that'll be the sixth error for the Crawdads and the second tonight on King. The infield's going to have to play in here. The count 1-2 as Kopp makes it up to third. And Sonoma just one run away from ending this game. And Jack Ben Shoshin going to have to bite down and get ready and try to get through this. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. So much needed out number one there for Ben Shoshin and the Crawdads as the pinch hitter Lamont is set down on strikes. But the error in the infield has allowed the game-winning run to advance to third, so 90 feet away. Here is McEnroe. Takes the first pitch high for ball number one. The 1-0 pitch from Jack Ben Shoshin is a fastball that McEnroe cannot catch up to. McEnroe has been the hardest out all night. It's 3 for 5. It's an infield single, a double to right, and a single up the middle. But he has struck out twice. The 1-1 pitch and another fastball right by him. He just can't swing fast enough to catch up to it. And Jack on the mound right now is hammering him with the heater. The 1-2 pitch. Here it is. This misses low and away. Good job by Tejero making sure it doesn't get away. And the count 2-2. Ben Shoshin gets this out here. And all of a sudden, you don't have to play in anymore. We'll see what he does on 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. And it's a swinging strikeout. And Ben Shoshin gets out number 2. The hardest man to get out tonight, Tucker McEnroe, is struck out by Jack Ben Shoshin. The right fielder now pitcher. And here is Jack Gallagher. One more out and we go to the 12th. The winning run at third. Infield playing pretty deep now. And the first pitch is another heater. And boy, he is sending it for strike one. It's full send right now for Jack Ben Shoshin as he is pumping that fastball. Takes a deep breath, does Jack. Sets, kicks, and it now moves down in the zone for another strike with a good four-seamer. One strike away from getting Walnut Creek to the top of the 12th. The 0-2 from Ben Shoshin. Here it is, swing and a miss, and Jack is fired up, and so are the rest of the Crawdads, and the 12th inning is coming up. The game is still tied 10-10. The game-winning run stranded on third, and that is some resilience from Walnut Creek right now. The Dads are loving it. We'll be back with the 12th inning after this short break here from Sonoma, California. It is 10-10 on the Walnut Creek Crawdads streaming network. Top of the 12th. Ellis leading off. 10-10 here in Sonoma. Step off by Lombardi. The runner at second is Brian DeRoff. And this pitch misses high, fastball. No chance of Ellis swinging at that. It was higher than his collar, up near his batter's helmet, height-wise. And the second pitch, that's in there for a strike, and the count even 1-1 strike. And, you know, it's interesting. 12 innings now. Coming up on 5 hours pretty soon, in about 26 minutes. The 1-1 from Lombardi, and it swung on, but popped up very high, just into foul territory near third base. And Rabin able to put it away for out number 1. And those are the kind of outs that really hurt in extra innings, especially when you get that free runner on second. Ellis, though, one of the big reasons why Crawdads are even here, tied 10-10. RBI single in the 10th during that 3-run top of the 10th, as well as the big home run he hit. And here's Krieg. He's now at third base, who takes a fastball the inner half for strike number 1, count 0-1. Krieg ready to go now. The pitch, and just a little bit late there. He fouls this out of play. That'll land over near the beer garden and bullpen of the Sonoma Stompers. We do have a beer garden here. Over down the first base line. This pitch fouled back, and that'll go over the grandstands as well. Had a big beer and wine night. We are in Sonoma, California. Quite a few wineries around here. Definitely a good way to get the local community out here. A nice relaxing night with some good summer baseball. And the weather's been really nice. About 79 degrees now. The pitch, this misses high, and count 1-2. DeRoff just waiting for any kind of mistake, a drop ball, a wild pitch, doesn't matter what it is, to try to get himself over to third. And obviously Jacob Krieg, who started tonight as a designated hitter, just wants to hit the ball hard. Does not swing here, and he goes down looking. Will pop up in foul territory for Ellis. Strikeout looking of Krieg, and here's Ryan Brome. A lefty Brome against the righty Lombardi, and Lombardi pivots back towards second. Nothing doing, and he's back on top of the mound here. Just wanted to keep tabs on DeRoff. And the pitch, this misses high. And the count, 1-0. Lombardi has a sign, raises the arms, toes the rubber, sets again, and deals, and blows a fastball right by the swinging Brome. And the count evens up at 1-1 strike with 2 outs here in the in the top of the 12th. I'm going to have to start a whole new page on the scorebook here if this keeps going. This pitch, a fastball, missed just a bit high, just above the belt. Didn't get the call there. Good Lombardi. It's 2-1 strike. On deck is Matt King, who walked in his last appearance at the plate. This pitch misses as well. Another fastball, same location. So that call is not open. That area of the zone, or perceived area of the zone, is in fact not in the zone. And there's 3 balls and a strike here. The pitch, this misses inside, and that is a walk. A good job of getting yourself on base, Mr. Brome. here is Matt King. He's had a couple of errors tonight, and I'm sure he'd love to be a hero here and do something big with the baseball bat. As on deck now is Zach DeHaro, the new catcher, who's inserted for Donnelly. And this is hit hard to deep center, but a good run on it. Castillo makes the run over there, and he's able to get it for out number 3. Wow. A very hard hit ball, but Castillo able to run it down and then stop right under it and put the glove on it. And that's the end of the top of the 12th. Bottom of the 12th coming up. It's still tied 10-10 here in Sonoma. See if Jack Ben-Shoshan comes out for another inning of work, and indeed he will. We'll be right back with more Crawdads baseball here from Arnold Field in Sonoma, California on the Crawdads streaming network.
Number 21, Dakota Duffalo.
Dakota Duffalo leading off here in the bottom of the 12th. Shoshan still on the mound. Gavin Rognalin is the runner at second. First pitch here from Ben Shoshan misses low and inside for ball number 1. If there is no winner declared by the end of this inning, obviously declared meaning the Stompers don't score, this game will be resolved the next time these two teams play. This ball is hit hard on the ground. Krieg has it over at third, throws over to first. The runner, Rognalin, has to stay at second. Rognalin is a freshman over at Santa Clara. 5-3 out there of Dakota Duffalo. And here is Mikey Bell, who had an RBI double in the 10th. One of those two straight back-to-back RBI doubles, and then he was followed by an RBI single by Rabin. First pitch here to Dakota, misses. Shoshan hasn't lost any velocity. That's amazing. He is doing such a good job after playing right field the entire game, and now he is on the mound for Walnut Creek. This pitch is fouled away. It kind of jams the hitter, Mikey Bell. And the count 1-1. Ben Shoshan so far has thrown an inning and 2/3. Next out will be 2 innings for him. He struck out 4. He's done a very, very good job of really limiting opportunities here for the Stompers. This pitch misses high, and the count 2-1. It's good to see Tejero behind the plate. their second straight inning now after being subbed in as a ghost runner for Joey Donnelly. Tejero, a very important part of the team last summer. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Ben Shoshan, and here is a fastball that misses high and in. Another count 3-1. Roglin still at second. As it is now 10:51 p.m. This game really it's been a very entertaining one for all 11 and a half innings, about to complete 12. That pitch fouled away in the count 3-2. Big old hack taken there by Bell. On deck is Raven. Castillo in the hole with 1 out here in the bottom of the 12th. Ben Shoshan has his sign, nods in agreement with battery mate Zach Tejero. Looks over to second, kicks, fires, and then this is hit softly on the ground. Charging it is King from short. And he throws over to first. And the throw pulls Duroff off the bag. And that is just unfortunate. That is no doubt going to be scored an error. Duroff thought he stayed on the bag, but it just pulled him off just enough. That's another error for the young man, Matt King. Sometimes baseball just works this way. You have a rough game even when everybody else is playing so well, and it's just been tough. King's been good in the batter's box, drawn a couple of walks and hit a double, but the fielding has been a bit of an adventure. Pitch here from Ben Sosen to Rabin. Misses low in the count 1-0. 2 runners on. Roglin still at second. Bell over at first. The next time these two teams meet will be in Danville, California at Monte Vista on Tuesday, June 14th at 4 p.m. The 1-0 pitch. This is hit high on the infield. Pointing at it is the pitcher, Ben Shoshan, and Krieg comes on to make the catch, and he drops it. He drops it. However, the infield fly rule in effect. And, man, it is a good thing that rule exists because Krieg made a very uncharacteristic play there. He was DHing for most of the night and now is over at third. He saw the ball all the way. Lights are awfully bright, though, here at Arnold Field. And when he was making that transition from the grass on the infield over to the dirt of the mound, it's kind of when he stumbled a little bit and the ball popped out, but the infield fly rule in effect. And they're 2 away. No harm, no foul. Pitch here is hit hard on the ground over to first. Duroff has it. And Castillo is retired for out number 3. So this game is over for tonight. It's not officially over, as on the 14th, winner will be decided. That's kind of tough. So the game will resume, obviously, in Danville at Monte Vista. The line score as it is now, it's not finalized, obviously, because this game is going to resolve on the 14th, but 10 runs each, 12 hits for the Crawdads, 11 for the Stompers, and 6 errors for the Crawdads, and 1 for Sonoma. So a tough game, a tough way to end a long night, but Crawdads still have a chance to get a win out of it. And we'll see if they can on the 14th. But the next game coming up for Walnut Creek, who's still 3-0, so the winning streak is still intact. And guess what? They'll be up to bat even though they'll be at home. The game will resume in Danville and on the 14th, and the Crawdads will be up to bat. And hopefully the bats are still hot, as they were tonight. And they got some real gutty performances by a whole lot of different players. I think, Ryan Ellis so far has to be the player of the game just with his base running ability, the 2-run homer he hit. But like I said, this baby's not over, and unfortunately we're going to have to wait almost a week, 5 days, to see who the winner is. But tomorrow, Friday, June the 10th, over in Danville, it'll be the Crawdads taking on the Bay Area Force. It'll be the second time that they've played the Bay Area Force, and they beat the Force on Tuesday, June the 7th, 13-4. Obviously, the Bay Area Force not part of the CCL, so a non-league game, but still one you should come out to if you're in Danville and come enjoy some afternoon baseball in the beautiful town of Danville. Real fun place to be, and we hope to see you there. After a long night and a game that started at 6:08 and isn't going to end for 5 more days, it was just an absolute roller coaster ride. So with that will conclude our broadcast this evening. And unfortunately, we couldn't get a win for you here tonight, but once again, another chance tomorrow, and then eventually try to figure this thing out on the 14th back in Danville. As it stands now, no winner, 10-10, that's the score. And I'll be going back to this part of the ledger here in 5 days, and we will have a video broadcast of not only tomorrow's game, but that game as well, video provided always at the home games. So, 10-10, pick this up in 5 days. And hopefully everybody has a good night tonight. I'm Alon to say thank you so much for joining us and listening, and however you interacted, whether it was on the Twitter or Instagram. We love the engagement. Keep it up, and the players definitely love it as well. And it was just so fun to be here tonight at a new stadium, a new field, a new team in the CCL, and both teams really left it all on the field tonight, and just a great game to be a part of and a great game to watch. And hopefully the Crawdads can keep the winning ways going tomorrow, once again at 4 p.m. against the Bay Area Force in Danville at Monte Vista High School. Signing off, Alon to say thanks for joining us. See you tomorrow.